Chapter 684. In today's world, there were very few people who could fight with Yi Fan physically. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family fell into the cauldron and were stepped on by him. The result was self-evident. Although the 8 ancestors of the Ji family were powerful, falling into Yi Fan's hands at such a close distance, no matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he couldn't use them and could only be suppressed. As soon as he activated his magic power, a big foot landed and came into close contact with his face for the 3rd time. "Brat, you!" The chest of the 8 ancestors of the Ji family was about to explode and his stomach was about to bleed. For the first time in his life, someone used the sole of his foot to measure how wide his face was. "Old thing, you are still arrogant now. I will beat your head into a pig's head. Even your grandmother won't be able to recognize you," Yi Fan said. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family were so angry that his head hurt. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was already so old. Not to mention his grandmother, even his uncles were almost all dead. Being taunted and stepped on by a junior like this, he really couldn't take it. "Little thief Yi, you are behaving atrociously in my Ji family. You will regret being born into this world." "Damn it! I do regret it. I regret stepping on you too lightly. Now let me help you measure how thick your skin is." The sole of Yi Fan's foot began to come into close contact with that old face for the 4th time, the 5th time. For the nth time it was like stamping, leaving row after row of footprints on that old face. Moreover, the strength was extremely great. Every time it landed, there was the sound of bones breaking. It didn't look like a face anymore, but more like a big pancake. It didn't look like a human anymore. "I will kill you." The 8 ancestors of the Ji family coughed up blood and almost fainted. For people like him, no torture would be effective. But to humiliate him like this, it was more painful than killing him. "Kill your grandpa." Yi Fan raised his foot and gave him a throat-sealing technique, almost breaking his neck. "I will kill you, you little bastard." The 8 ancestors of the Ji family seemed to have gone crazy. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of essence chi, which turned into an incarnation and wanted to escape. "Where are you going? Go back!" Yi Fan lightly shouted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked him back into his body. His physical body was unparalleled. At such a close distance, he could clearly hear the sound of blood and mana flowing in his body. Everything was under his control. "Old thing, you've always been in cahoots with the Wang clan. You tried to kill me a few times, and now you're unlucky enough to fall into my cauldron. What do you think I should do? Little evil creature Yi, if you hurt a hair on my head, the Ji family will remove one of your legs." The Ji family's 8 ancestors were ruthless. "You old thing, you're still so stubborn. People like you should be suppressed in the latrine for 10,000 years. Even killing you would be too lenient." Yi Fan exerted force with his feet, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. The 8 ancestors of the Ji clan were trampled so hard that they almost didn't have a human shape. They were like a lump of mud that could be squeezed however he wanted. Old 8 of the Ji clan was beaten up. The screams of the Ji clan's 8 ancestors were no longer human. At this moment, the outside world was in chaos. The void ancient mirror was gradually reviving, and the divine power contained within was fluctuating as if it was about to wake up. The 2 elders were roaring and controlling the ancient mirror to leave the copper coffin. They were a bit hesitant. They actually saw the Void Emperor just now, and they were too frightened. However, at this moment, the Emperor weapon was gradually reviving. The 2 of them couldn't control it anymore, and the terrifying fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Within the ancient mirror, an ancient star region flew out and devoured starlight. This type of scene left everyone horrified. A true world appeared. Just how great was the power of this ancient mirror? Was it born by itself, or was it refined by the Void Emperor after intercepting the source of the universe? Everyone was shocked. No matter what the situation was, it was destined to have unparalleled divine power. Moreover, all of this wasn't the true state of the Emperor weapon's revival. It was still in progress, and it hadn't completely come back to life. The starry river was endless, and the primal chaos surged. However, it couldn't destroy the copper coffin. The ball of light devoured everything, and no matter how great the divine power was, it would be absorbed. Emperor corpse. Could it be that there really is an ancient emperor's corpse? Everyone in the distance was shocked. Up until now, no one had ever obtained a complete human emperor's corpse. That was an unparalleled treasure. Not to mention other things, just the corporeal body alone could be used to forge an extreme Tao emperor weapon. There was no way to measure how precious it was. Was it the Void Emperor, the Beast Emperor, or the Old Saint Emperor? Everyone couldn't help but be bewildered. Different people saw different scenes, and they couldn't be sure. Did you hear what they said? What we saw just now might be an illusion, and not our race's emperor's corpse. An elder of the G family came to a realization. Then let's go all out. Another elder of the G family activated the Void Ancient Mirror to speed up its revival. Then, it slowly descended and sank into the ancient coffin. Stop! A furious voice came from the distance. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, and the one at the lead was the G family's Saint Lord. The ancient mirror revived and devoured the heaven and earth, and the fluctuations were extremely intense. However, the important area of the G family was sealed by the Emperor's divine runes, so they couldn't immediately sense it. Only when Ji Ziyue called for them did they rush over. Where is Old 8? Look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord was furious. They even dared to deceive him and transfer him away. This had crossed his bottom line. Old 8 is in danger. He has fallen into the cauldron of the saint body. Please save him first. One of the 2 elders said. What is going on? The Ji family's Saint Lord and the elders stared at the ancient mirror and the copper coffin in disbelief. Ji Ziyue's eyes were bloodshot, and her small mouth formed an O shape. She used all her methods to barge into the important area of the Ji family and finally found the Saint Lord and the others. She thought that she was too late, but she didn't expect that it wasn't that bad. Resist the extreme Tao? The saint body has the ability to resist the extreme Tao. The eyes of the Ji family's elders almost popped out. They stared at the copper coffin, and then some people took action, controlling the ancient mirror to make it sleep. Otherwise, if these 2 weapons collided, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ji family might even be flattened. In the sky, the ancient mirror became hazy. The boundless star domain flew in, as if the universe had evolved into a single point and then disappeared. However, the terrifying waves it released just now were too powerful. Many divine islands of the Ji family almost fell, and cracks appeared on them. Old 6, Old 9, look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord shouted. Wang! He reached out with a large hand and grabbed the 2 of them, trapping them in the void. They couldn't move at all. They were both suppressed. Eh? The Ji family's sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. The copper coffin was still releasing terrifying power, and it surged towards the void mirror. Is it going to resist? They were shocked. Things had exceeded their imaginations. It was difficult to stop it, and it was very possible that a great battle of the extreme Tao might really happen. In the past, the great battle of the extreme Tao happened outside the region. Now, there are no more people who can fly out of this star domain. What should we do? Many people felt their blood run cold. If a battle of the extreme Tao really happened, even the Ji family would be affected. Even the great emperor's formation might not be able to stop it. These people had unique insight. With a glance, they could tell that the thing inside the ancient coffin was comparable to an emperor weapon. It definitely had the power to destroy heaven and earth, or even stronger. Little Yi, quickly stop the copper coffin, Ji Ziyue shouted. In the myriad energy cauldron, Yi Fan stopped torturing the 8 ancestors. He used the army formula and pushed the coffin lid back with all his strength. This made him sweat profusely. Boom! Finally, after a loud sound, the ancient coffin closed tightly. All of the enshrouding treasured light disappeared, and the divine sound of the great Tao also stopped. It became quiet. At this point, the pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the Ji family or the many honored guests, they all felt a lingering fear. This coffin was too mysterious. Yifan walked out from the cauldron, but he suppressed the 8 ancestors who were like dead dogs inside and didn't let them out. Family master, this ancient coffin must be left behind. An elder transmitted his voice. That's right, this copper coffin is too terrifying. There must be a gargantuan secret inside. The thing inside can resist an emperor weapon. It's worth researching. Another person agreed. You all don't need to say anymore. In the future, don't target the divine physique. Let Ziyue and Haoyue interact with it. Ji family's holy master said solemnly. The Ji family arranged for an even more majestic palace and invited the many guests inside. With the copper coffin on Yifan's back, everyone couldn't help but open up a path for him. Holy master! A few of the Ji family's elders were very radical and unwilling. If anyone makes a move, don't blame me for being impolite and using the family rules. The Ji family's holy master's voice was cold. Then, he threw the 2 elders who were sealed into a void prison and said, "The 2 of you, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes." Not long after, Ji Haoyue with the divine king physique was released and no longer imprisoned. In this banquet, Yifan undoubtedly became everyone's focus. That coffin was too eye-catching and terrifying. Everyone felt restraining fear. With an emperor weapon, it was enough to create an everlasting divine dynasty. Moreover, the wielder was a divine physique with boundless potential. The meaning was even more extraordinary. Once it was cultivated to completion, it would be unimaginable. In the end, Yifan handed over the Ji family's 8 ancestors. If he killed them here, there would definitely be no way to settle things peacefully. After all, this was Ji family, and the Holy Land cared about face the most. Immediately, Ji family's holy master personally took action and suppressed the 8 ancestors. He threw them into the void prison and made them reflect on their mistakes. Someone from Ji family expressed his apologies and did such a thing. At the very least, others felt that it was still acceptable and fair. Yifan naturally wouldn't say much. The people from Wang family all left. Not a single person stayed. Using Ji family's ancient formation, they traveled through the void and returned to northern plains. They didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. My son was carried away by an immortal crane before he was even 2 years old. He obtained ancient chaos great emperor's inheritance and now ended up like this. I wonder if that immortal crane knows. Wang Teng's father was filled with grief and indignation. During the banquet, Yifan was the center of everyone's attention, but he was very vigilant. He knew that everyone was afraid of the copper coffin and that this treasure absolutely could not be lost. Zi Tiandu's older sister was peerless in her generation. She smiled sweetly and had a slender figure. She leisurely walked over and toasted him several times. She even invited him to be a guest at the Divine Valley. Yifan knew that the ancient imperial race wasn't easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he might be eaten alive by them, so it wasn't good to get too close to them. Dang! Suddenly, a deafening bell sound rang out. Almost everyone felt as if they had been enlightened with wisdom. In that instant, they gained a type of comprehension. Dang! The second bell sound rang out like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was completely different from the first time and made everyone's mind feel like it was splitting apart. It was as if the furious waves were crashing against their souls. Dang! The third bell sound rang out like the rumbling of the universe. Star domains collided, and countless stars fell. The boundless starry sky collapsed. Everyone was so terrified that they almost fell limply onto the ground. Many of the cultivators present were not unfamiliar with this bell sound. In the past, they were scared out of their wits, and it was unknown just how many people had died because of it. Wuxia's bell. The Ji clan's Saint Lord was the first to stand up. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Even someone as calm and powerful as him almost jumped up. Heavens, it really is the sound of great Emperor Wuxia's ancient bell. The Saint Lords of the Eastern Wasteland had all experienced the calamity of the past. Back then, they had used several imperial weapons to attack the Purple Mountain, but they had all returned without success. Moreover, many experts had died. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? The Tao of Wuxia has become empty. Why is his bell in the southern region? Oh God! What happened? Everyone was horrified and couldn't believe everything. How is this possible? Why is the Wuxia's bell ringing in the southern region? Could it be that the Wuxia's bell has been taken out and brought to the southern region to attack the Ji clan? Many people's hearts beat violently. If it really was the Wuxia's bell, this would be a terrifying event that could shock the 5 regions. The Wuxia's bell had actually appeared. Could it be caused by the bronze coffin? Of all the things that have happened today, this is the strangest, a living fossil mumbled. What? Are you saying that the bronze coffin might be the corpse of great Emperor Wuxia? Another old antique cried out. Chapter 685. Ji family, an inheritance that had existed for a long time. It was personally founded by the great human emperor and had flourished since ancient times. No one dared to provoke it. Yet today, the sound of a bell shook the entire clan. The Wuxia bell was a name that resounded through the history of the human race, bringing endless pressure to everyone. People couldn't understand. Wasn't the Wuxia bell in the ancient Emperor Mountain? Why did it ring in the southern region? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's expressions changed. Before the primal chaos was divided, heaven and earth were in chaos, the vast and indistinct. Ever since Wuxia broke through the primordial chaos and opened up a path to differentiate between the pure and the turbid. An old voice sounded from outside the Ji family. He was chanting a scripture as he walked over from the distance. At the same time, the Wuxia bell rang out once more. The sound was ear-splitting like the heavenly sounds of the great Tao. It shook one's soul as it surged over from the horizon. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that an otherworldly expert had come? How could he dare to speak like this? Just what kind of background did he have? Was he here for the Ji family? I am the last inheritor of the Wuxia. I heard that there is a divine body in the present world, so I came to take a look. The old voice was extremely loud and resonated like a great bell. Many people were horrified. The last inheritor of the Wuxia great emperor? This identity was terrifyingly high. How did the Wuxia scripture have an inheritance? Was this real or fake? Everyone was stunned. The vast ocean turns to dust for tens of thousands of autumns. The Tao turns to yellow hair and the worries of longevity. A dream lasts for thousands of years. The path to immortality is rugged. Another scripture sounded from outside the Ji family's mountain gate. Everyone was shocked. This was indeed an incredible expert. Otherwise, how could he have such a concept and soul? Many people were filled with shock. The person who came understands the great emperor's formation patterns. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through my Ji family's ancient formation with sound waves. The Ji family holy lord said. When everyone heard him say this, they became even more shocked. They were almost certain that this was an otherworldly expert who obtained the inheritance of the Wuxia great emperor. Let's go take a look, a living fossil said. Outside the palace, the clouds surged, reaching up to their knees. This was a divine island that floated in the air. There were many spiritual beasts that danced about. It was like a land of immortals. Everyone flew out, wanting to see this otherworldly master. A large group of people arrived outside the mountain gate. In the distance, all types of bell symbols flickered on the ground. A vast ancient formation blocked up Ji family's mountain gate. This left many people shocked. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't seem to have good intentions. I wonder which senior has graced us with his presence? Why are you blocking our Ji family's path? A senior elder of the Ji family asked. I'm far from being an expert. I heard that someone is having trouble with the divine physique, so I came here to take a look. An aged voice sounded. At the same time, a long and drawn-out bell sound shook the world. It came from the divine formation that shot into the heavens. That place was resplendent, and no one could see through it. A living fossil from the Ji family frowned. He immediately recognized that it was a corner of the great emperor's formation runes. It was deep and immeasurable. Everyone else was shocked. The newcomer seemed to be standing up for Yifan, not hesitating to offend a clan of the remote antiquity. There's actually such an expert standing up for Yifan. An unworldly expert has actually come for the divine body. Many people's hearts tightened. They inwardly rejoiced that they didn't take action against Yifan. Is the divine body here? I wish to take him as my disciple and pass down the Wuxia scripture. I will set out on a long journey to prove my Tao. The aged voice was extremely calm. Wuxia's inheritance. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. How great of an immortal opportunity was this? It was actually going to be given to the divine body, making many people want to kill him and take his place. Senior, we didn't make things difficult for the divine body. He is right here. An old cultivator from the Ji family spoke. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Ji family's holy lord frowned. He felt that something wasn't right, as if he noticed something. Yifan walked out with the copper coffin on his back. He vaguely guessed at a few things. He operated his divine eyes and looked forward, wishing to see what was going on. Big brother is fine. Suddenly, a tender voice could be heard faintly. Shoo, be quiet. I used a divine formation that can amplify the divine sound. Another vulgar voice sounded. It didn't sound like the voice of an expert at all, and it wasn't old either. Motherfucker. Everyone knew that there was something strange going on. This was a fake otherworldly expert. The expressions of the Ji family's people changed even more. The Ji family's holy lord had long become suspicious. He immediately operated his divine might, stirring up the divine might of the ancient void mirror and shining it downwards. Hong! An expanse of clear splendor descended from the ancient mirror, able to illuminate the bodies of all living things. It was even more powerful than the demonic mirror, able to see through the source and see what was real and what was fake. Up ahead, all of the resplendent divine radiance disappeared. Everything within could be seen clearly. A large black dog stood up straight, carrying a 2- or 3-year-old little girl on its back. It was currently pretending to be mysterious. This large dog was extremely sturdy, comparable to a large bull. It wore a pair of large flowery underpants, truly putting on a pretentious appearance. That little girl was like a jade sculpture. Her eyelashes were extremely long, and her large eyes blinked. She was exquisite like a little porcelain doll, cute and obedient. Damn it! It's the legendary top-quality dog that almost killed Wang Ting in the North region. It's this immoral dog that's spewing smoke, clamoring everywhere for a human pet. Many people recognized the large black dog's identity at a glance. In the past, they had seen it together with Yifan, so they immediately understood what was going on. Motherfucker. This dog is asking for a beating, swindling and deceiving, bullying the Ji family. The large black dog carried the little girl on its back and came here to save Yifan, mistakenly thinking that they had come too late. Fearing that Yifan would be in trouble, he came up with this kind of show. Please forgive us, Ji family's holy lord, Yifan said. The expressions of some people from the Ji family were very unsightly, but they didn't act out. Many people stared at the large black dog, looking at the divine formation. This was a genuine corner of an emperor pattern. Many things had happened not long ago, and the Ji family didn't want to cause too much trouble, so they didn't pursue the matter. Many people didn't understand why Wuxia's bell rang. The large black dog took out a piece of jade and immediately released a long bell wave. With the support of the divine formation, it was infinitely magnified. This was indeed the bell sound of the Purple Mountain, and it had been engraved into a piece of divine stone. It could pass off as genuine, and even the holy lord of the Ji family had been deceived. Big brother, little girl missed you. The little girl's large eyes were red, and she stretched out her small hands as she ran over. They hadn't seen each other for almost 3 years, but she hadn't changed at all, and hadn't grown up at all. Yifan smiled and pinched her nose. He dotingly stroked her head, and then placed her on his shoulder. The little girl was very obedient, and was especially pitiful. Brat, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and I'm helping you raise a child. Do you think it's easy for me? What kind of natural treasures have you prepared for me? Just give me a jar of dragon marrow, and just give me a few cubes of divine source, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Pang Bo had already held back for a few years. He took a large step forward, and said, Damn dog, Do you still remember me? Who are you? I don't know you. The large black dog looked as if he had recognized the wrong person. F***CK. I'm gonna kick you to death. You made a stupid formation pattern, and you actually missed a large region to teleport me to the middle state. I want to skin you alive. Damn dog, find Tu Fei for me. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were also angry when they saw the large black dog. Why does this coffin look so familiar? I think I lost it. The large black dog changed the topic, and his large eyes were wide open as he stared at the ancient coffin. Yifan didn't stay long in the Ji family. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others who came to help, he immediately left with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others. Ji Ziyue also went with them. Just 1,000 miles away from the Ji family, in a primitive mountain range, they put down the copper coffin. Under the strong request of the large black dog, they prepared to open it and see what was inside. Damn dog, are you confident? Yifan was doubtful. I'm confident. It vowed solemnly, as if everything was under its control. In the end, it added, this place is very close to the Ji family. Once something happens, they will use the void mirror to suppress it. Don't worry too much. Can you do it or not? Ever since Pang Bo was teleported to the middle state, he had a shadow in his heart about this damned dog. He felt that it was too unreliable. Don't worry about me, the large black dog said. Worry my asterisk. Pang Bo wanted to bite him, so he gave him a slap. Bad dog, don't be reckless. If this copper coffin is really dangerous, even our ancient mirror might not be able to suppress it, Ji Ziyue said with a wrinkle of her nose. Doggy, you must be careful. Little Nan Nan's voice was soft and tender, and she warned seriously. Open it and take a look. I also want to know what exactly is inside. The monkey also followed. Ever since he saw the corpse of the old Saint Emperor with his heaven's eye, his heart had been unable to calm down. This mountain range was especially quiet. The instant the copper coffin was put down, almost all the birds and beasts had run away. Not a single one dared to stay. The Black Emperor carved complicated formation patterns that corresponded to the stars in the sky. Yifan observed the terrain and also made some arrangements to prevent accidents from happening. For hours later, they retreated far away. Yifan pushed with the army incantation. Then, a metallic sound rang out, and the entire mountain range began to shake. The coffin cover was slowly opened, and everyone retreated who knew how many miles, observing from afar. Dang! When Yifan pushed more than half of the coffin cover away, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Even with the suppression of the Black Emperor's formation patterns, he still couldn't resist. Moreover, he wrapped his body with the celestial treasures in the Dragon Nest of Chaos and used the source chi of all things to protect himself. But his body still cracked, and his physique almost shattered. Boom! He gave one last push, and then turned into a shooting star as he flew back, evading far away. In this process, a total of 18 heavenly origin divine formations that he had carved to protect himself were shattered. A muffled sound rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, everyone saw dense multicolored light surging out from the ancient coffin. Quick! Activate that Great Horn Emperor ancient formation, the monkey urged. The Black Emperor took action, and the divine patterns engraved on the ground completely awakened. They flickered with a dazzling brilliance as they began to imprison the ancient coffin in the center, wanting to lock it in place and see what was going on. However, what shocked everyone was that all of this was futile. The copper coffin devoured everything, refining the Great Horn Emperor ancient formation into essence energy and devouring it. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient mountain range shattered, and every inch of space turned into fine powder. Boundless primal chaos rushed out in an instant. Not good! Yifan shouted loudly, and then he put all of them into the cauldron. Then, he used the profound jade platform that the Black Emperor had prepared in advance to cross the void and leave this place. Without a sound, everything within a range of 1,000 miles collapsed. Not to mention the mountain range, not even a speck of dust was left behind. A huge abyss appeared where they were, and everything was evaporated. Not far away, everyone from the G family was horrified. They quickly used the ancient void mirror to protect themselves, and everyone flew into the sky to watch from afar. The copper coffin destroyed everything in an unstoppable manner. Then it closed by itself with a clang sound, and it soared into the sky, flying towards the south. It's that copper coffin. On this day, many people in the southern region saw the copper coffin soar through the sky and fly away by itself. Among them, there were people who tried to stop it, but they all turned into dust in an instant. Yi Fan and the others chased closely from behind. The large black dog's head was almost drooping to the ground. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others took turns to scold it, saying that it was too unreliable. In the southern region, many great forces were alarmed. With the Ji family as the representative, they also chased all the way here, wanting to see what was going on. Of course, Yi Fan and the others chased at the very front, heading all the way south. They quickly neared the ancient desolate forbidden land, and the copper coffin directly entered. Everyone stopped, and no one dared to enter. This was a land of certain death, and since ancient times, who knew how many supreme experts had been swallowed up by it? The copper coffin flew back to the ancient desolate forbidden land by itself. This was unexpected, but also within reason. Yi Fan and the others all flew high into the sky, gazing into the distance. Among them, the monkey had the fiery eyes of gold, and was born with the heaven's eye, so he could clearly see the 9 sacred mountains. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also had the god's eye, so he could roughly see it as well. Dang! A loud sound reverberated throughout the ancient desolate forbidden land, breaking the silence that had lasted for millions of years. The small coffin entered the giant coffin, and it was as if divine thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. The sound of metal pierced through the vast sky, traveling thousands of kilometers. Walala! Halfway up the mountain, 9 giant dragon corpses floated up, emitting an expanse of black light. Iron chains clanked, and the bronze coffin was pulled up, flying towards the peak of the 9 sacred mountains. This, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually moved on their own. Boom! The 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared above the pitch-black abyss that was formed by the 9 sacred mountains, lying horizontally in the void. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from the abyss, as if the great emperor of the human race was awakening. There's something coming out from the ancient desolate abyss. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but they saw an astonishing scene. Chapter 686. The ancient desolate forbidden land had remained silent for millions of years. Normally, it was absolutely silent, without a single sound. However, today, a grand fluctuation penetrated outwards, as if a supreme deity was awakening. It made 10,000 trees tremble, making the mountains tremble. In the outside world, at the edge of the ancient desolate forbidden land, Yi Fan and the others could clearly sense it. The people who arrived later couldn't help but be alarmed as they fell from the sky. In the depths of the forbidden land, below the endless abyss, there was indeed something that was about to come out. Just now, a portion of it had already been revealed, but it had already sunk down. Quite a few people had caught a glimpse of it. There was a living fossil-level figure that cultivated the heavenly eye. With unmatched magical force, he imprinted the scene he saw in the void so that everyone could see it. 9 enormous dragon corpses flickered with dark light. Their scales were covered densely like 9 great steel walls. They pulled an enormous bronze coffin as they quietly floated above the ancient desolate abyss. Heavens, are those 9 true dragons? How could there be something like this? The people who arrived later were stupefied, almost speechless. This is inconceivable. I'm not dreaming, right? Dragons, those are legendary dragons. They don't look like flood dragons. How could there be something like this in this world? Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. The ancient desolate forbidden land erupted with commotion. Those who rushed over couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone was stupefied. This was hard to believe. Since the ancient times, they had only heard of immortals but couldn't see them. Now, there were 9 immortal spirits before their eyes. This was completely subversive and exceeded common sense. It was hard to believe. Apart from shock, there were no other emotions. They were all incomparably moved, and some of them were even trembling. I don't believe this. How could there be 9 dragons at once? When everyone slowly calmed down, they began to reflect on whether or not what they saw was real. In reality, they might not necessarily be true dragons. Perhaps they are 9 flood dragons. Because they cultivated to an extremely profound realm, they are similar to true dragons. A living fossil spoke of the most reasonable conjecture. That's right, they might be extremely powerful flood dragons. After seriously thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. The crimson dragon was not far away. His eyes flickered with radiance, and 2 streaks of scarlet multicolored light shot out. He continuously stared at the depths of the forbidden land, seemingly extremely excited. As a member of the flood dragon race, when he saw the supreme experts of his race, he was naturally shocked from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was facing a life-forbidden zone, he would have charged in a long time ago. When some people saw the Crimson Dragon Taoist here, they immediately asked for guidance, including a few holy masters. They urgently wanted to know the answer, or else they wouldn't be able to live in peace. I can't say for sure either, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Even if it's a flood dragon, it's at least comparable to an ancient saint. Otherwise, there's no way such a scene would exist. As soon as the Crimson Dragon Taoist's words fell, the area outside the ancient desolate forbidden land became noisy. This was just too shocking. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still felt shocked. There were 9 flood dragons that had reached the sage level in one go. This was like a fantasy story. It made people want to slap themselves and check if they were dreaming. In this world, there were only 2 saints. One was the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru, and the other was the crazy old man of the eastern wilderness. Now, there were actually 9 of them. They have already died countless years ago, their vitality long extinguished. They should be corpses from the desolate era. A living fossil said. Everyone relaxed. 9 living saints was enough to scare people to death. Only in the ancient era could 9 saints be born in one era. However, after thinking about it carefully, people were still a bit frightened. In the most glorious era, there were indeed more than 9 saints at the same time. However, they couldn't all be from the same race. Some were the ancient saints of the demon race, and some were supreme saints of the human race. However, the 9 flood dragons before them were all from the same race. This was too shocking and almost impossible. Our world has never had such a great era. The heavenly Pung race, flood dragon race, divine ape race, ancient phoenix race, human race, and all the other races added together in the ancient era must have produced a golden age that surpassed 9 saints at the same time, but they couldn't all be from the same race. The Wind Clan's holy master said with certainty. He understood the events of the ancient era very well. There were detailed records in the Holy Land's archives. So, these aren't the flood dragons of our world? Look at that copper coffin. Only now did people turn their attention back to the copper coffin. Just now, they had suddenly seen the 9 dragons, and they were truly shocked. That small copper coffin flew into the giant coffin. Does this mean that these 9 dragons are specially used to carry the coffin? People felt as if a mountain had collapsed in their hearts. This was too shocking. They had never heard of such an extravagant display. The small coffin originated from the giant coffin. No wonder it can resist the ancient void mirror. Yes, if there is a corpse in the coffin, it must be an ancient great emperor worthy of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. People were indescribably shocked by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It was difficult to dispel the fog in their hearts. During this process, people from the Ji clan, Yaoguang clan, Jiang clan, and the other holy lands were somewhat silent. This was because they already knew some things, even though they couldn't fully understand them. Back then, not long after the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the southern wasteland, they learned of a part of the situation. As a holy land, their foundations were unfathomable. What you all say is only speculation. No one can say for sure, and even the ranks of the 9 dragons cannot be determined. A living fossil said. The 9 huge dragon corpses seemed to be cast from black gold. They were powerful and powerful as they lay in the void. Behind them, The bronze coffin was mottled with rust and motionless. Back then, they lay in disarray in the cold and dark cosmos, falling into Mount Tai's pilgrimage ground. Now, they were moving again. Yifan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They couldn't calm down at all. They had a type of expectation but also a trace of fear. Splendor shot up from the bottom of the huge abyss from time to time. There were a total of 5 colors, illuminating the 9 dragon corpses and the giant coffin. It was extremely mysterious and majestic. Boom! Suddenly, an even greater fluctuation penetrated through, making many people tremble. Some of the weaker people fell off the cliff, and there were even more people who fell from the sky. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. A resplendent brilliance floated up from the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss. It was dazzling and multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if an immortal world was about to appear, causing people to be lost in reverie. It has long been rumored that there is a supreme treasure beneath the forbidden ancient desolate abyss that holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Back then, the heavenly Jade Holy Land borrowed the power of the heavens and attacked with the power of the entire sect, but they were all turned into ashes. It is rumored that there is something that moved even the ancient great emperors. It is definitely about to come into being. Under everyone's cries of alarm, 5 colors rushed into the heavens. An ancient altar slowly rose up. It was even more imposing than an immortal palace. Yifan was shocked. His heart was pounding violently. The damaged ancient altar in the ancient desolate abyss actually floated up. This was an extremely important matter. That was the key to crossing the star domain. Now it was no longer dim and without light. Instead, it was dazzling with auspicious energy in tens of thousands of streaks. 5 colors covered the sky and submerged the abyss above. It was a magnificent scene. It was the divine force that flowed out from the copper coffin. Everyone discovered that there was an expanse of chaotic light scattering down, falling onto the 5-colored altar. Only then did it become even more dazzling as it slowly rose up. The ancient altar that had been covered in dust for who knew how many years had appeared in this world made many people petrified. They all felt that this was inconceivable. There was actually this kind of thing in the ancient desolate abyss? Apart from a few limited ancient inheritances, this was the first time everyone heard of it. It's it. It's exactly the same as what Mount Tai saw. Pang Bo was excited. Even though the ancient altar was moving slowly, it was still continuously rising. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin suspended above it. The 2 slowly approached each other. What are they trying to do? How could it be like this? What will happen to the 9 dragons and the ancient coffin? Everyone did not know the use of the 5-colored altar. They were all nervous and shocked as they watched. The ancient altar finally rose to a certain distance and stopped moving. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually descended from the sky and landed on top of it. It seemed strange and mysterious. 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky. This was an incomparably majestic scene. Everyone's hearts were pounding. To use 9 dragons as mounts for the corpse after death, what kind of boldness was this? Motherf ****, this is a 5-colored altar. At the very least, this is the method of a great emperor. It is very similar to the one we saw in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The large black dog muttered, "Hong!" On the 5-colored altar, symbols flickered and filled the sky. They were like streaks of heavenly scars that flickered continuously. A magnificent scene was engraved on it. In the end, all of the patterns interweaved together, forming an incomplete 8 trigrams diagram. It was extremely blurry. What? It really is going to set sail? Yifan's heart trembled. Then he became incredibly anxious. He wanted to leave this world, but everything happened too suddenly. Black Emperor, tell me everything you know about formation patterns. He said quickly, you won't understand even if I tell you. You'll need to comprehend them for at least a few hundred years. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to enter the next level. The Black Emperor rolled his eyes. Can you tell me how to determine the coordinates? Yifan asked urgently. No way, you can't be thinking of leaving with this 9-dragon bronze coffin carriage, right? What kind of joke is this? Do you know where it is going? The Black Emperor's eyes widened. That's right. Do you have any ideas? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. I don't know how this five-colored altar was constructed, or how unmatched divine patterns were carved on it, but it's not like there's no way to determine the coordinates. It's all on those symbols. I have a certain amount of confidence in this. The Black Emperor spoke, pointing to the 8 divinatory symbols. Quick! Tell me how to determine the coordinates and how to go in the opposite direction. Yi Fan said quickly. You really want to? The Black Emperor almost bit his tongue. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would take it seriously and really put it into action. Don't say any more. Tell me quickly. This is an important matter. I don't have time to tell you in detail. Yi Fan was really anxious. This might be the only chance. The big black dog cursed. He was extremely puzzled and unwilling, but when he saw that Yi Fan was anxious and incomparably serious, he felt helpless. He sent a spiritual imprint into the depths of his heart and told him the details he wanted to know. Dong! In the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flickered together. The 5-colored altar's symbols formed a blurry 8 trigrams. Although it was not clear, it was about to pierce through the void. Yi Fan. Pang Bo's voice trembled, and he was not calm at all. Let's go, we have to take a gamble, Yi Fan said loudly. Little Yi, where are you going? Ji Ziyue was worried and couldn't help but ask, looking at him quietly with her large eyes. Yi Fan was speechless. I realized that I seem to have adapted to this kind of life. I'm actually a little reluctant to leave suddenly. Pang Bo hesitated. There's no time. Make a decision quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yi Fan said anxiously. I won't go. Pang Bo suddenly made up his mind and said, but I will definitely go back in the future. Since this world has such a path, I believe that when I cultivate to the end, I will definitely be able to cross the starry sky. At that time, I will go home. You! Yi Fan didn't expect him to make such a choice, but he didn't force him. After you go back, work hard on your cultivation. I will also work hard here. We will work hard together, and when the time comes, we will strive to connect the 2 places. I believe that as long as our cultivation is strong enough, we will definitely be able to cross the star field. Pang Bo paused here and said, at that time, Ziyue and Nan Nan can both go and see you. All right. Yi Fan followed his decision. Besides, he wasn't confident, and he didn't want Pang Bo to risk his life with him. That was because no one knew what the road ahead would be like. Even if he took the risk this time, he might not be able to return. He just wanted to take a gamble. Yi Fan turned around and looked at his old friends. His heart was filled with reluctance. After all, he had lived in this world for 10 years and suddenly had to leave. He was incomparably disappointed. Ji Ziyue's big eyes were misty and filled with water vapor. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood all of this. She knew that Yi Fan was going on a long journey, and the distance was measured in terms of star fields. Little Yi, she called out softly, and tears rolled down her eyes. Every tear was as clear as a diamond, and it was very sad. Time is too rushed. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. I didn't have time to say a lot of things. However, I want to return to my hometown. I've been away from home for 10 years. Yi Fan looked at her and stretched out his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Your hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. It's very far away. I will never be able to see you again. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly, looking at Yi Fan without blinking. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. What was the use of saying something that couldn't be done? Promises that couldn't be fulfilled would leave people with regrets. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side. It's very, very far away, Ji Ziyue said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. Even saints can't travel like this. We will never see each other again. As for the future, Yi Fan didn't know. He couldn't know the road ahead. Would he be able to return in a few hundred years? It was too illusory. Ji Ziyue's eyes dimmed as she asked softly, many years later, Will you still remember this side of the starry sky? Will you still remember my name? I will. On this side of the starry sky, there's a beautiful girl called Ziyue. No matter how many years pass, I will never forget her. Yi Fan helped her push a strand of hair that was blocking her eyes to the side and wiped away the sparkling tears. I will remember you too. Ziyue smiled as tears fell. At night, I will look up at the starry sky and look to the other side to bless you. I know you're on that side. Yi Fan was a little silent, but there was no time. Ziyue smiled brightly, but tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She said softly, "If you remember me too, you can also look at the starry sky above us. We'll be on the other side of the starry sky, looking at each other." Chapter 687. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very, very far away, bright and eternal, boundlessly far away, and we'll never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, silently blessing you. These words were accompanied by a brilliant smile and crystalline tears. They bloomed on Ziyue's face. Smiling and crying made one's heart ache. Yi Fan's heart violently twitched. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to go back. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance. He had obtained this opportunity, but he would miss out on some people. This was a kind of helplessness. The world was so balanced. When you obtained something, you would also lose something that you could have. Yi Fan turned around without looking back. He walked forward step by step. He heard the sound of tears falling behind him, but he did not stop. "Little Yi, where are you going?" Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian asked. "Brother He, take care. I'm going on a long journey. My hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. Being able to meet you in this life is my greatest gain." Yi Fan walked up and waved at Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Ko, and Zhang Huiran. "Why is that so?" Monkey was puzzled. "Brother Monkey, as the only son of the Saint Emperor Battler, you have a supreme status. In the future, the primordial life forms will definitely appear and bring chaos to the world. I hope you can take care of my friends. I hope that you will become a sovereign in the future." Yi Fan said seriously. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm them." Monkey was very straightforward and domineering. The Black Emperor said, "Brat, you're crazy. You really want to leave and sit in that broken coffin pulled by 9 dragons? What kind of joke is this? Even the ancient saints wouldn't dare to walk so casually. Damn dog, live well in the future. You have to be more down to earth. Don't make me test how much of a bastard and unreliable you are in the unknown star region. F***CK. Brat, what the hell are you saying? You're giving others your blessings, encouraging them, and reminiscing about them. Why are you reprimanding me instead?" The large black dog bared his teeth. He was extremely displeased. "Because you are so different from others. That's all I can say about you." Yi Fan sighed softly. "Don't worry about me," the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Then he said, "Oh, that's right. Did you really come from the other side of the galaxy? Crossing the star field is extremely dangerous, so it's better not to play with your life. Live well, raise Nan, and take good care of her," Yi Fan warned, then rubbed the little girl's head. "Big brother, I won't let you go." Little Nanan's eyes were already red. She grabbed onto the bottom of Yi Fan's pants and raised her little face. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at him pitifully. "Be good. Big brother will come to see you in the future." Yi Fan wanted her to let go. How long is the future? Xiao Budian had a premonition that this might be the last time he saw Yi Fan. He cried loudly, and his tears rolled down in pairs. He hugged Yi Fan's calf and refused to let go. "Black Emperor, work harder in the future. Don't let her suffer any grievances." Yi Fan pointed with his hand and a clear light flew out. Little Nan landed on the back of the Black Emperor. Then he left with large strides. Without looking back, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden ancient land. Little Nan was heartbroken. She cried loudly and waved her little hands powerlessly behind him. "Yi Zi!" Pang Bo shouted. "Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan shouted. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the monkey were all shocked. A friend beside them came from the other side of the starry sky, and now he was about to leave. Little Yi Zi, Ji Ziyue called out softly. 2 lines of tears hung on her face. She smiled and gently waved her arm. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. He had been in this world for 10 years. Scenes of the past quickly flashed before his eyes. He really didn't have the heart to leave like this. He really didn't want to. Boom! In the distance, a loud sound came from the depths of the forbidden ancient land. The multicolored altar shone brilliantly, and the interweaving symbols became increasingly resplendent. The constructed 8 trigrams gradually became clearer. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were trembling. They could pierce through the void at any time. Yi Fan had no time left. He looked deeply at the crowd and forcefully spat out 2 words, "Goodbye." Then, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden land and didn't look back. He's crazy. Why is he rushing into the forbidden land? What's wrong with the saint physique? Why is he rushing into the forbidden land alone? What is he doing? He dares to risk his life. Could it be that he wants to take back the small coffin? At the edge of the forbidden land, many people were shocked and puzzled. In their eyes, this was simply an act of throwing away one's life. Yi Fan's speed was very fast. He gulped down the divine spring of life and disappeared ahead like a beam of light. Some old friends called out reluctantly, but he didn't have the time to reply. Clang! The bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses trembled. The sound of metal resounded through the sky like a magnificent army. Golden spears and iron swords crossed, tearing through the vast sky. A gust of wind blew past. Tens of thousands of fallen leaves danced about. The entire ancient forbidden land was filled with a somber aura. Yi Fan rushed over and quickly arrived before the 9 sacred mountains. This place was submerged in a dense radiance. Even Huang's power was weakened, couldn't deprive Yi Fan of a large amount of life force. He quickly arrived. Above that great abyss, the 5-colored altar rested in disarray. It supported the dragon corpses and ancient coffin. Above it, symbols converged into the 8 trigrams, connecting to the unknown depths of the cosmos. Something's wrong. Yi Fan sensed something strange. Those symbols weren't complete, and the 8 trigrams they formed weren't flawless. There were some flaws, and that was why they couldn't truly open the starry sky ancient path. Right, the 5-colored altar is damaged, and the 8 trigrams it formed are also lacking. Could it be that they were going to fail on the verge of success? They were about to set sail, yet they were stopped because of this kind of problem. This really was disappointing. Hong! Suddenly, another type of aura surged from the great abyss that was as dark as hell. 5-colored divine light surged, and a few jade stones, stone slabs, and other things flew out. This is the jade stone from the shattered portion of the altar. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that the damaged 5-colored altar could actually reconstruct itself, forming an almost perfect ancient platform that rested in the sky. Outside the life-restricted region, everyone was astonished. Many living fossils stared rigidly. Who was it that destroyed the altar back then, making it sink into the great abyss? All types of jade stones flew up, rushing towards the ancient platform to restore it. This was an extremely fast process. It was as if it had life, reviving itself. Piece after piece of ancient jade stone floated up. They were like sparkling flower petals as they filled the sky. Yi Fan stared rigidly at the altar. He discovered that the center of the ancient platform was missing a crucial piece. As a result, the ancient platform was transparent from top to bottom, allowing light to pass through. How could it be like this? What kind of battle took place here back then to destroy such a divine object? Could it be that a great emperor came here before? Dong! With a final loud sound, the altar was completely assembled. It was only missing a millstone-sized jade pillar at the center, but it did not affect its ability to open up the void. In the sky, the enormous 8 trigrams looked as if they were cast from divine gold. They flickered with metallic luster, and at the same time, space distorted and light became hazy. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and can release strange fluctuations. It was as if an ancient code was flickering. Yifan knew that this was the spatial coordinates. It was a sign that he was about to set off, so he had to rush up. However, the five-colored altar was very high up from the ground. It was located above the abyss and could not be touched at all. In this life-restricted region, magical power could not be used. No matter how great one was, they could not fly up. He gave it a look and then continuously retreated, distancing himself from the holy mountain. He prepared to use his fastest speed to rush up the mountain peak and use the inertia to leap into the sky. However, right at this moment his heart tightened. A few ancient figures appeared on the mountain peak. They wore clothes from countless years ago, as if they had come from the ancient era. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady, that beautiful and peerless woman, was the #1 beauty of the eastern wasteland 6,000 years ago. Someone at the edge of the restricted region cried out in alarm. She came from the same sect as the old lunatic. Who would have thought that she would become a desolate slave? Look, the other people's clothes are even more ancient. They are people from at least several tens of thousands of years ago. They are all matchless experts. What? That is a matchless divine king from my G family. A living fossil from the G family cried out. He saw a white-haired old man that was the same as the old king who had disappeared in his family. Above the great abyss, the two yin and yang fish in the 8 trigrams were like gates. They had already opened and led to the ancient cosmos. Starlight flickered inside. This was a very strange and shocking scene. This was the ancient path that led to the other side of the starry sky. He could already see the starry sky there. It was vast and boundless. There is no time, I have to charge through. Yifan began to increase his speed. Then he grabbed the myriad energy cauldron in his hand. If there was danger, he would not hesitate to bring out that archaic saint. He decided to climb the bronze coffin. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Ah! He shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and countless leaves fluttered about. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had engulfed the outside of the restricted region. The divine body has gone mad. This was what many people were thinking. Even though Yifan could not use magical power, his physical body was unparalleled. His speed became faster and faster, and in the end, it was as if his physique was burning. He rushed up the mountain peak like a streak of light. There were a few people wearing ancient clothes who were currently looking at him expressionlessly. Rise! Yifan avoided them. He stepped on the precipitous cliff and leapt into the void. This was an incomparably risky attempt. If he could not rush up the 5-colored altar, he would definitely fall into the endless abyss. One has to understand that since the ancient times, there had never been anyone who successfully entered the desolate ancient abyss and came out alive. Even ascending the sacred mountain would turn into ashes, let alone that place. Fortunately, the ancients did not take action. He leapt into the sky and did not encounter any obstructions. However, right at this time, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin moved. They slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram and coexisted with the endless starlight. Yifan was only a zhang away, but he still could not touch the altar. He could not climb up and thus fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Heavens, is that still a human? He can't use magical power and can only rely on speed to leap into the sky. That kind of height is too scary. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Yifan leapt too high, exceeding the limits of his physical body. He was like a heavenly pong. He is falling down, about to fall into the abyss. Everyone watched in shock. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others felt as if their minds were splitting apart. If he fell down, he would undoubtedly die. Even the old madman went crazy back then. Little Yi. Ding! Yifan flicked his hand and tossed out an iron chain onto the 5-colored altar. Then he swung it forcefully and leapt up again. Like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, he rushed onto the ancient platform. The 9 enormous dragon corpses all entered the starry sky ancient path. Even a large half of the bronze coffin had entered. Only the tail was left. Yifan leapt up and immediately stepped onto it. With a dang sound, he landed on the coffin and forcefully grabbed onto the rusty ancient patterns. He turned around and gave one last look at his old friends. The scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The all-powerful monkey who swept through his enemies with a black gold rod, the dark-faced Li Heishui, the young and obedient little girl, the unreliable and scoundrel Black Emperor, the purple-clothed Ji Ziyue who gazed at the starry sky. Farewell. It would be difficult to see them again. Hong. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and entered the starry sky ancient path. Yifan also disappeared from this world. Chapter 688. The ancient desolate forbidden land was one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. The living were forbidden to enter, and those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, the people at the edge of the forbidden land were first petrified, and then they broke into an uproar. A person had disappeared from this world just like that, heading into outer space and entering the ancient star domain. There were records in some undying inheritances that the rainbow altar could allow one to cross the starry sky and travel an incomparably great distance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there had been no such person for a long time. It was impossible to construct this kind of altar, and even more so, no one could activate it. Yet now there was a person who leapt into the sky like this. Little Yi Yi. Amidst the clamor, there were also cries of reluctance. It was hard to part with him in life and death. Yifan disappeared just like that, riding on an ancient bronze coffin. This shocked many cultivators outside the forbidden land. This was a shocking result. After the 9 dragons' coffin disappeared, the rainbow altar did not sink and continued to float there. Moreover, it flickered with brilliance and dazzling symbols, engraving itself in the void. Above, the enormous 8 trigrams diagram did not collapse. Instead, it began to shake violently. Metallic luster flowed about, as if it was cast from divine gold. At this moment, behind the 8 trigrams Taiji gate, within the dark starry sky ancient path, the 9 dragons' coffin was frozen in place. It floated in the void, and no one could see it. At this moment, Yifan was sweating profusely. His hands were constantly moving, and the 8 trigrams Taiji gate formed by symbols changed along with his hands. He was using the method the Black Emperor had taught him to change the spatial coordinates. He wanted to correct his position and embark on the path back to ancient Mars. Yifan did not know the coordinates of ancient Mars, but he found a method from the imprint the Black Emperor gave him, and that was to completely change and reverse the original direction. The next stop might be the star domain where ancient purple star is located, or it might be another ancient source of life. As long as I reverse the direction with the forbidden technique, I will be on my way back to Mars. Yifan did not have time. He quickly changed the 8 trigrams behind the starry sky gate, making them flicker and instantly freeze the ancient coffin. Then, with another series of movements, the reversal was successfully corrected. Hong! With a loud sound, the Taiji gate in the 8 trigrams diagram opened, and the 9 dragons' coffin was about to reverse. That is, outside the forbidden land, everyone was stupefied. They saw an inconceivable scene. The 9 dragon corpses and giant coffins appeared out of thin air again. What happened? Did the star crossing fail? Why did that ancient path disappear? Why did the dragon corpse and coffin appear again? Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the crossing had failed, and the dragon and coffin had been sent back to this world. However, before their cries of alarm ended, the copper coffin and dragon corpse began to withdraw, entering the other side of the starry gate. The coffin was in front, the dragon behind, everything reversed, entering a starry ancient path. I've succeeded. As expected, I'm a prodigy. My deduction has come true. My judgment was correct. The large black dog exclaimed. You damn dog, you're really unreliable. I don't believe that a sow can climb a tree. How dare you test such a big thing with little Yezi? You really should be skinned alive. Pang Bo wanted to strangle it. This time, the copper coffin moved in reverse, entering another ancient path, and was about to disappear. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix traveled over from afar. A woman quickly approached, arriving at the edge of the ancient forbidden land. From the top of her head, a streak of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed out, instantly entering the forbidden land of life like a proud, true dragon. Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo was shocked. Li Xiaoman's body trembled. After that streak of golden light rushed out from the top of her head, her body swayed, as if she had expended a great deal of energy. The blazing golden light was like a god, like an ancient vicious beast, dancing through the universe, directly above the abyss, charging towards the 9 dragons' ancient coffin. What kind of power is this? She can fly in the forbidden land? No, she's using a supreme forbidden tool that's frighteningly frightening. I've never seen or heard of it before, and it can temporarily use magic power in the forbidden land. Everyone discovered this fact in shock. The tens of thousands of meters of divine light was like a golden ancient crocodile, instantly traveling hundreds of miles, bombarding the sacrificial altar and the 8 trigrams Tai Chi gate. Li Xiaoman, what are you doing? Pang Bo roared. If the 5-colored sacrificial altar was destroyed, Yi Fan, who was still crossing, would inevitably shatter in the void, and the copper coffin and dragon corpse would most likely fall out unscathed. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to do this, risking death to enter the forbidden land and take drastic measures to stop Yi Fan from crossing the star domain. Hong. However, the tens of thousands of meters of golden divine light didn't succeed. Above the ancient abyss, several ancient people took action at the same time, raising their fists towards the sky, attacking together. This was a heaven-overflowing fluctuation, and a total of 5 matchless experts took action. 5 heaven-defying lights, accompanied by the descent of the heavenly Tao, were incomparably grand, shattering the godlike brilliance. A mournful scream rang out, and the divine light was annihilated, disappearing completely. Not even a trace of it could escape. Outside the forbidden land, Li Xiaoman violently trembled, and then her body turned into a black hole, disappearing on the spot. What? Just now, I felt a trace of divine power, possessing an undying aura. This is a type of ancient forbidden magic incantation, a support technique for the descent of foreign deities. Correct, that woman's cultivation isn't that great. That isn't her power, but another divine might. Li Xiaoman, I will kill you in Yi Fan's place. Pang Bo shouted loudly. None of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, because he didn't know that this scene had happened at all. The reversal of the ancient starry sky path succeeded, and he entered eternal darkness. He truly left this world, sitting on the copper coffin, gazing forward alone. He really wanted to see the bewildering light. The cosmos was boundless, and the star domain was endless. However, even more places didn't have stars, and it was deathly silent and gloomy. There wasn't a single sound in the boundless cosmos. The terrifying desolation, the bone-shattering coldness, the boundless darkness. This was everything. This was the cosmos, nothing else. Forget about humans, even a star was as small as a speck of dust. In this boundless ancient cosmos, everything was insignificant. Even though the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could destroy stars and destroy great regions, in this vast dark void, it was too insignificant. Couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. Yi Fan set out alone, traveling into the distance. He couldn't feel the flow of time, and it was as if he was eternally frozen at this moment. Am I crossing the star domain? Why does it feel like it's eternally still? He felt as if he hadn't left and was still in this ancient starry land. The only difference was that he had entered a dark box, and he couldn't find the way out. What happened? Could it be that I failed to cross? That 5-colored altar is missing a crucial central pillar. Could it be that there's a problem because of this? Yi Fan seriously pondered. He had to understand the current situation, or else he might die from exhaustion in this still cosmos. The copper coffin was advancing. He saw a large meteorite in the void, several thousand zhang in height, and it was currently moving away. This made him feel slightly more at ease. This isn't right. Crossing the star domain shouldn't be this slow. I should be moving forward in a flash. What did I encounter? Yifan's heart was filled with endless doubts. There was definitely something wrong this time, and it was completely different from when he was passively drifting in the star domain. Suddenly, he felt that his speed was extremely fast, as if he was synchronized with light. Then he entered a tunnel. At this moment, Yifan discovered that time was in disorder. One moment it was very slow, and the next moment it was very fast. The instant and the distant, it was as if he had experienced a long century. This is too terrifying. To encounter all kinds of problems while traveling through the starry sky, no wonder even the ancient saints found it difficult. In the end, Yifan felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. He was about to petrify. Facing the endless darkness and silence, he almost went crazy. In this vast cosmos, there was nothing except for him sitting on the copper coffin and the 9 dragon corpses floating alone. There was nothing else. Yifan sat on the coffin and used cultivation to pass this lonely time. He comprehended the heavenly Tao, the cosmos, the void, and understood his own heart. Finally, he gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. There was a faint light passing through in front of him. That was a star domain. Dong! With a violent tremor, the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin seemed to have jumped out of a black hole. They appeared in the present world and immediately transcended. All of this happened so suddenly. There was starlight in the surroundings. Although it was still dark and cold, it was different from what he saw before. It was no longer that monotonous. The 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin were almost motionless. They stopped here and no longer moved forward quickly. Instead, they floated slowly and aimlessly in the cosmos. I broke free from a swamp and jumped out of a black box. Where is this? Yifan stood on the copper coffin and stabilized his body with magical power. He gazed into the distance. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. The instant he turned around, he saw 7 special stars. That was the Northern Dipper star domain. He stayed in that world for 10 years and meditated every day. He had different senses for different star divine powers. Therefore, even though the positions of the 7 stars had changed greatly, he could still recognize them. Why is it like this? Did I not set foot on the way back? Why didn't I travel far from the neighboring Northern Dipper star domain? Is it really because the 5-colored altar is incomplete? It was close to the Northern Dipper star domain. Yifan felt that if he relied on flying alone, he might be able to fly back in his lifetime. However, if he wanted to fly back to the ancient Firefly star and Earth, there was no hope. The distance was too far, and he couldn't determine the coordinates. He came to the outer region and entered the boundless cosmos. He was far away from the source of life and saw nothing but desolation. This was the real situation. I tried my best, but I still failed in the end. I still couldn't set foot on the way back and instead fell into the lifeless ancient cosmos. In such a dark sky, he couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. He wasn't an ancient saint, nor was he an ancient emperor. It was difficult for him to cross the star domain. Do I really have to spend my entire life flying back the way I came and return to that world? Yifan was unwilling to give up. He pondered silently in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the ancient coffin. He began to cultivate in the cosmos alone in the outer region. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin in the darkness aimlessly for more than 2 months. On this day, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. At the end of the cold void, there was something lying in disarray in the darkness. It was relatively close to him. What is that? He activated the divine eyes of origin and looked forward. His heart was filled with shock when he finally saw it clearly. It was a purple gold warship. It was unknown how long it had been floating for. It was dark and without light, filled with the traces of time. It was incomparably dilapidated and deathly still. An ancient warship in the dark and cold cosmos. Yifan's heart trembled. He actually saw such a ship in the desolate cosmos without any source of life. It was truly shocking. It has been floating for at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. Yifan felt a type of ancientness and vicissitudes. On the purple gold warship, There were many grooves and large holes hacked out by ancient weapons. It was unknown what kind of world-shocking battle it had encountered. Time was merciless. It was covered in the dust of the cosmos and had long lost its luster. After several 100,000 years, it was still simple and crude. Suddenly, Yifan was shocked. He sensed something and his expression changed. What? Life fluctuations? Could it be that there are still living existences on the warship? Chapter 689. An ancient ship that had existed for who knew how many years, dark and without light, mottled with rust, rested in front of him. They were about to meet. However, there was a trace of fluctuation, one that was extremely similar to the aura of life. This left Yifan extremely shocked. Several 100,000 years had passed, so how could there still be living things? All life source energy descended. He activated the cauldron, suspending it above his head, covering him tightly like a curtain of rain. Then he held the black gourd in his hand, facing it seriously. The 9 dragon corpses didn't show any reaction. The enormous bronze coffin continued to float forward, silent and without any changes. In the darkness and coldness ahead, the purple-gold ancient ship finally approached, arriving before his eyes, about to brush past him. The ancient weapon scars on its surface recorded a past event no one knew about. In the past, that battle definitely happened in the star domain, at the very least ancient saint-level figures participating, or else there was no way it could reach the depths of the cosmos. Yifan was a bit moved. This type of ancient ship's past owner was definitely incomparably powerful, yet it was beaten to this state. Who knows, there might be a tremendous secret hidden within. I'm about to miss it. That strand of fluctuation is still like this. Should I board it and take a look? There wasn't any danger, and that strand of fluctuation wasn't that powerful. This made him feel restless, really wishing to get to the bottom of it. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. As he traveled like this, it was difficult for him to find anything related to life and civilization. In the dark cosmos, being able to see this type of ship was truly a type of miracle. Several 100,000 years have passed. There might not be any living creatures, and there might not be any fluctuations of life either. Yifan seriously thought about it, feeling that the chances of there being life were extremely low. This ancient ship was worth boarding. It might very well be a tremendous divine treasury that involved ancient saints. Any random artifact would be priceless. The instant he was about to miss it, Yifan took action. A streak of divine light shot out from his palm, connecting it to the enormous and grand old-fashioned warship, allowing it to move at the same pace as the dragon corpses. There was still no reaction. There was no sound from the warship, no calls, no waves. It was deathly still. Yifan did not disembark immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. The body of the ship and the bronze coffin moved side by side. It was impossible to say who changed whose trajectory. In this dark universe, there was no sense of direction. Observing it up close, one could see the vastness and antiquity of this warship. Yifan felt that those cracks were at least several 100,000 years old. This type of purple gold was unordinary. It was refined 100 times into divine gold, completely different from what one would normally see. A type of divine power was infused into it, and undying patterns were carved on it, allowing it to remain undamaged until now. At the very least, this is the method used by the ancient sages to refine the sacred weapons, even though it's almost destroyed. The ship's body was in tatters. Blade marks and sword holes could be seen everywhere. This was a great battle that took place in the depths of the cosmos. Just thinking about it made one's heart pound. The events of the past made one fascinated. Yifan tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he was shocked to find that this ancient ship could obstruct his powerful divine sense, unable to see through it. After another hour, he was convinced that the danger was minimal. Only then did he board the ship and enter the dilapidated cabin to explore the ruins. Fluctuations, it's right ahead. The cabin of the ship was vast and boundless, like a huge palace. There were all kinds of halls and ancient secret rooms inside, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This didn't seem like a ship, but more like an immortal residence. It was vast and boundless, and everything could be found there. He even saw a dried-up medicinal field. Of course, not a single blade of grass grew inside. The spiritual medicines and other things had all turned into ashes. A divine pearl floated above the medicinal field, but it was also cracked, and the spiritual energy was about to dissipate. Time was the most terrifying power. Everything could be obliterated, and in the end, nothing could escape its reckoning. The fluctuations were like water splashes. Right ahead, Yifan's heart tightened. With the black gourd in hand and the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he walked over step by step. A human skull, snow-white and sparkling, like the most perfect work of art in the heavens. It was quietly displayed in an ancient palace, not moving at all, and emitting a gentle radiance. The fluctuations were actually released by her, and it made Yifan feel a false alarm. It wasn't the so-called living body. This speed, however, immediately after, he was greatly shocked. This skull was very special. There were fluctuations of the Tao, and it was naturally formed, making people feel close to it. The skull of a saint. He was shocked to discover this fact. No wonder even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the skull was still emitting fluctuations, and it was still immortal. This was left behind by an ancient saint who transformed into the Tao. Transforming into the Tao, one would naturally refine one's own body and return to the natural heavenly law. Only one or two of the hardest bones, which even the body couldn't melt, would remain. Just a skull like this, one could imagine how precious it was. It could definitely be refined into an unrivaled sacred weapon, and it would possess immortal divinity. This is the skull of a woman, Yifan muttered to himself. It was a female ancient saint, and from the shape of her skull, part of her appearance could be restored. With such a divine beauty, she must have been a peerless beauty. There are words. In this ancient cabin, Yifan saw a few lines of beautiful small words engraved on the copper wall beside the skull. Just like the skull, it condensed the Tao rhythm, because it came from the hands of a saint. Immemorial divine text. Yifan was astonished. This kind of ancient text was said to be the common language of all races in the ancient times, and even humans used it. He carefully read it. Because he had two ancient races translate the Sun scripture, he had also learned some ancient characters, and could more or less recognize a portion. After reading it, he roughly understood the meaning, and he was incomparably shocked. There was a person mentioned, Wuxia. So even in the future, there are humans who use divine text. In the boundless universe, eternally boundless and gloomy, the female saint was stunning. She had once seen a supreme character called Wuxia, and she admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, the great Emperor Wuxia only appeared briefly. He accompanied her for a while and passed on a Tao formula to her. Then he disappeared, and it was said that he had returned to his homeland. When he read this, one could imagine how shocked Yifan was. There were indeed other sources of life in this desolate universe. Ancient China and the Big Dipper Star region weren't the only ones. The great Emperor Wuxia had been to other ancient stars, and he had even interacted with a woman for a period of time. This shocked Yifan considerably. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely roar towards the sky. The female saint entered the boundless star region in search of an opportunity to prove her Tao, and even more so, she wanted to see Wuxia again. However, in the vast universe, she didn't know where to go. As far as she knew, there were only a few sources of life in the entire universe. She tried her best to find one, but in the end, it was hopeless. After her cultivation reached the peak, she couldn't go any further, and she couldn't prove her Tao. In the end, she passed away in the starry sky and died alone. An amazing woman who admired Wuxia died in the starry sky just like that. The great Emperor Wuxia passed away in the Purple Mountain. He couldn't have known that a woman had once pursued him like this. Otherwise, with his unparalleled magic power, he might have helped the female saint prove her Tao. Did the great Emperor Wuxia really die in the ancient sovereign mountain? Every time he thought of Wuxia, he would think of the Purple Mountain's bell, which had forced back 4 or 5 extreme path ancient emperor weapons. That was simply unimaginable. In this boundless universe, how many sources of life are there? Yifan read carefully, and then he was shocked again. In the last paragraph, the female saint had mentioned the ancient path of the stars. Unfortunately, when she discovered the ancient path, she didn't have much life left and couldn't pursue it. The female saint had seen the ancient ship before she passed away, but before she could explore it, she passed away. She was just a latecomer. This skull was a priceless divine object, but Yi Fan didn't want to profane it. If he could really return to the Big Dipper star region one day, he would consider bringing it to the Purple Mountain. Suddenly, when his hand was close to the crystalline skull, he felt an extreme chill. The chill pierced into his bones, and even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Ding! When the skull was lifted, a jade pendant fell down. It was less than an inch long and shaped like a crescent moon. It was clear that it was the female saint's favorite object. The bone-piercing chill was emitted by it, and it could freeze one's soul. If it wasn't Yi Fan but another cultivator, they would most likely have become an ice sculpture. Lunar Saint Power. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Enduring the extreme cold, he held the jade pendant in his palm and observed it carefully. Only those who had cultivated the lunar scripture could cultivate this kind of saint power. It's just a jade pendant. How can it emit the lunar saint power? He tried to use his divine consciousness to enter the jade pendant, but he immediately felt as if he was being pricked by needles. His head felt like it was splitting. The lunar saint power in the ancient jade was even more terrifying. Could the Tao formula that great Emperor Wuxia gave her back then be in the jade pendant? He had a bold thought. In the end, Yi Fan put away the skull and the jade pendant and continued forward. The ancient cabin was vast and boundless, and there were many places waiting to be explored. Along the way, he saw pieces of scrap metal. Without a doubt, they must have been divine weapons and ancient treasures many years ago. The battle back then was very intense. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the ancient cabin. There were no bones, only some bone dust. It's not a human. Yi Fan also found some broken scales among the bone dust. There were even a few divine feathers buried in the bones. They belonged to a very powerful alien race. Not long after, he came to a magnificent temple. His eyes trembled as he finally saw a human-shaped bone dust. There was even a finger bone that had not melted. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even longer. To be able to leave a finger bone, this person must have been unimaginably powerful when he was alive. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. There were words under the bone dust, and they were still divine characters. He squatted down and carefully observed them. He saw the words Ancient Starry Sky Road again. I discovered the Ancient Starry Sky Road. It leads to... The words suddenly stopped here, unable to continue. This person seemed to have died from exhaustion. What a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. Soon after, he finally approached the center of the ancient ship. When he pushed open a set of copper doors, he immediately came into contact with a dust-covered mysterious land. What entered his eyes was a sparkling and translucent expanse. There were rows and rows like coffins. There were dozens of large pieces of divine source. Heavens, so many. Even though Yi Fan had seen many things, he still couldn't help but cry out. There were more than 40 large pieces of divine source, and every piece was 2 or 3 square meters in size. There was an ancient creature sealed within. He was truly stunned. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons didn't have this much. What kind of power was this? If they were all archaic kings, it would be enough to shock past and present, making one's blood run cold. Something's wrong. Yi Fan quickly discovered something strange. There were so many divine source pieces in the same cabin, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of divine force fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. On the contrary, they were all a bit dim. The essence of the divine source has all been used up, and only an empty shell is left. This type of scene was even more terrifying. All of the divine source had been used up. Just what kind of great calamity did the ancient creatures inside experience? How many years had they floated in the cosmos? Are they all archaic kings? Are they all dead? Their flesh, bones, and weapons are all priceless divine objects. Chapter 690. The ancient purple copper ship was dark and rusty. It was dilapidated and old. 43 divine sources laid in the center of the ship, all of them exhausted of their divine essence. Are all the archaic kings dead? Yifan's heart was in turmoil. Every archaic king had boundless magical power. They could summon the wind and rain and were omnipotent. A single one of their weapons could shock the world. Without reaching the ancient saint realm, it was impossible to compete with the archaic kings. If there were dozens of ancient weapons sealed in these divine sources, just the thought of it was frightening. Yifan observed carefully. The creatures in the divine sources were all different. Some had dragon heads, some had 9 eyes, some were like divine phoenixes, and some were no different from humans. They all had a terrifying aura. Although they were motionless and their life essence had dried up, the aura of a dead king was still incomparably terrifying. In addition, although their postures were different, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all dried up like firewood. They were all skin and bones, and their essence energy had been exhausted. Moreover, they were all incomparably old. Their skin was wrinkled beyond recognition, as if they were old ghosts that had lived for several lifetimes. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Not only did each king exhaust 2 or 3 source blocks, but they also exhausted themselves to the point where they were like lamps without oil. What did they experience? Yifan didn't understand. Even though they were archaic kings that had lived for tens or even millions of years, they shouldn't have exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Could it be that these ancient kings lived in an even more ancient era? If this was the case, it really made one's hair stand on end. Just how ancient was the origin of life? However, Yifan also thought of another possibility. Traveling through the star domain was extremely dangerous. There were some mysterious ancient stars that could deprive one of their energy. Perhaps these ancient kings had experienced some terrifying places and exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Then, without divine essence, they naturally died of old age. There were so many ancient kings and an entire ship full of experts. Something must have happened during the most glorious period of the archaic races, and they all died together. Yes, traveling through the universe will consume energy. I have some divine source blocks on me. Once I exhaust them, I will follow in their footsteps. Yifan warned. In the desolate universe, there was nothing but darkness and coldness. One couldn't even breathe. If one didn't have origin blocks, they could only exhaust their own essence energy. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. In the universe, one could only capture essence energy when they were close to a few large stars. But most of the time, they were in the darkness and could only waste it. In this world, only those who had reached the Saint Realm could forcibly extract the source energy of the universe from the deathly still sky and use it for themselves. This was also the fundamental reason why only ancient saints could roam the star field. Ordinary people couldn't even sense the free energy in the universe, let alone use it. It was impossible. The divine source on me can support me for many years. I don't have to worry about it for now. Yifan stared at these god source blocks and thought for a long time. He then wanted to try to break one of them and cut out the ancient kings' corpses and their weapons. Any one of the treasures on these people was a heaven-defying item. Who knew how they could be gathered together? There were so many of them. Kacha! A light sound rang out. He cut open a crack in the divine essence shell of an ancient creature with an ancestral dragon head and a human body. Not all archaic kings evolved to be exactly the same as humans. Some were conservative and would leave behind their own unique characteristics. This corpse was especially heavy. It was difficult for the divine source block to move it. This was an archaic king. Even a single fingernail was heavier than a mountain. The divine source block had just cracked open a crack, but a horrifying aura flowed out. Even though the ancestral dragon head was withered, it was still horrifying and made one's body feel like it was about to split apart. Yifan mainly wanted a pair of dragon horns. If he could get them, he could definitely refine them into a pair of divine objects. It seemed like they hadn't decayed under the passage of time. Because of the oppressive aura, it was as if a blade had slashed over. Kacha! Suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. Yifan was stunned. He didn't continue to cut open the source, so why did this sound come out on its own? Suddenly, he felt his blood run cold. Could it be that something wanted to come out on its own? At this moment, his entire body went cold. There were so many archaic kings. Could it be that none of them had died? When he thought of this possibility, Yifan's scalp felt goosebumps. He felt a wave of numbness. Traveling through the starry sky was terrifying as expected. Kacha! This time he heard it very clearly. The sound came from the front, and it wasn't that far away. He immediately stood up and pressed forward with the black gourd in hand. At this point, it was better to make the first move. In the depths of this ancient cabin, there was a treasured palace. There were 3 divine source blocks inside, and they stood on the ancient palace's high platform like divine statues. One of them was cracked open, and sealed inside was an existence like an evil god. His hair was scarlet like blood, and it actually had 1,000 arms. It sat cross-legged inside like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Of course, its appearance was far from that of a Buddhist figure. Its skin was black, and apart from its scarlet hair, every inch of its skin was flickering with black light. Is this also a powerful archaic king? At first glance, Yifan's heart sank. The 3 in this ancient palace were very strange, and they seemed to be a bit more powerful. Meanwhile, this existence that was like a hand-holding demonic god actually released a strand of aura that automatically shattered the divine source block. There was nothing more terrifying than this. Wang! A strange sound rang through the air. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like a kuan pang flapping its wings. The fluctuations were terrifying. A strand of divine will made its way towards Yifan's head to cut him open. Dang! All life source energy shook violently, as if it was struck by an iron hammer. It almost flew out into the cosmos, bringing Yifan with it as it rushed out over 100 zhang, smashing into the copper cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that this cauldron was made of special materials and was a holy object exclusive to great ancient emperors, it would have long shattered together with Yifan if it was any other weapon. There was a living creature. An archaic king ancestor actually still had life and didn't die from old age. How terrifying was this? Hong! Yifan didn't care about the consequences. Even if a great emperor came, he still had to take action. He activated the black gourd, and endless flames overflowed into the heavens, burning fiercely. The 9-colored mist threads melted the ancient cabin, turning it into a purple liquid. The divine patterns within were all stripped out, burning everything. It had to be said that the 9th level of the fire domain's holy flames were incomparably shocking. The heat was beyond compare, turning that demonic god's divine source shell into ashes and directly burning it. With a muffled groan, this 1,000-hand ancient king's entire body began to burn. After all, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if he had tremendous divine might, he still couldn't display it. He was immediately sealed in flames, suffering a type of fire tribulation. However, this was still an inconceivable existence. Not even time was able to clear him away. After experiencing endless years, he still had a single breath left in this world. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly absorbing all of the divine flames. His burning body was extinguished, releasing a wave of incomparably terrifying might. What? Yifan was horrified. The 9-colored mist threads could burn everything in this world. Yet it was ineffective against an ancient king whose body was shriveled and on the verge of death. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? With the black gourd in hand, Yifan could burn almost all of his enemies in this world, but it was useless against an ancient creature that was almost completely dead. What was even more frightening was that this 1,000-hand ancient king opened his eyes and began to refine the divine might of the flames. He wanted to use it for his own use to replenish his dried-up body. He didn't know how many years he had been floating in this boundless universe. His divine source was exhausted, and his body was extremely old. He could no longer obtain traveling energy, and only at such a close distance could he capture it. At the same time, his primordial spirit that was about to be destroyed forcefully split out a strand of divine will to attack Yifan once again. He wanted to crush him and seize everything he had. "Break for me!" shouted Yifan. He turned the myriad energy cauldron upside down and revealed the aura of the ancient saint. It was incomparably frightening, and the entire ancient palace hall was about to collapse. The thousand-hand ancient king was startled. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes that were so dim that they were about to turn into dust. He quickly retracted his divine will, sensing the danger. In the past, he was unrivaled under the heavens, but now he was about to die. He couldn't even display a 10,000th of his power, so there was no way he could fight against an ancient saint. Treasure, please turn around. Gourd Dao transformation sword. At this time, Yifan shouted loudly. The black gourd moved abnormally, swallowing and spitting out a concentrated ancient universe. Countless stars condensed, and the star domain flickered, turned into an immortal sword and flew out. Pooh! The immortal sword immediately beheaded the archaic king and rushed past. It was just too fast. Yifan didn't expect that after the last time, he would succeed a second time with a casual shout. The black gourd's divine power was unstoppable. Rumble! The archaic king's head fell to the ground, but after a turn, it flew up again and reattached itself. There was no blood on the wound. Yifan's heart trembled. This ancient king was as if he had passed away in meditation and couldn't move at all, yet he still had this kind of divine might. It was truly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be unrivaled under the heavens. Yifan decisively retreated. This black gourd could only be used once, and summoning it a second time was completely useless. He used the might of an ancient saint to retreat. The archaic king stared fixedly at the black gourd. It was unclear what kind of expression he had. He slowly moved his withered body and followed out step by step. Before leaving, Yifan gritted his teeth. He lifted up the dragon-headed ancient creature in the outer hall and prepared to smash it at any time. Just like that, one of them retreated while the other approached. After exiting the ancient violet copper ship, Yifan leapt up and returned to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The dying ancient king seemed incomparably shocked. He stood on the ancient ship and stared fixedly at the 9 dragon corpses and bronze coffin. However, in the end, he stopped and didn't give chase. A divine power shot out from Yifan's palm and struck the violet copper warship. The two immediately separated and then staggered. It gradually disappeared into the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, only a withered figure could be seen standing on the ancient ship. He was still gazing in this direction. Ziwei Ancient Star. Yifan muttered to himself. The ancient ship had originally sailed towards the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Now, after separating, it corrected its direction and moved forward again. He had gained a lot from boarding the ancient ship. He had obtained a crescent moon pendant that contained the secrets of extreme Een. He had also brought back a divine source shell with an archaic king sealed within it. Although it was a corpse, its entire body was filled with treasures. Where am I going? The ancient violet copper ship had gone far away. In this boundless cosmos, he didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he wasn't very far from the Big Dipper star region. He knew nothing else. Of course, this not very far was relative to the boundless cosmos. If he were to fly back by himself, it might take him a lifetime. Yifan corrected his direction several times, but he found that it would change back after a short while. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin were not floating aimlessly. Although they were slow, they were always moving in the same direction. He didn't try to change his direction again. He then sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and began his seclusion. Time passed quickly. For a whole 3 years, he didn't move at all. During this period, the heavenly tribulation descended. There were lightning flashes and thunder rolls. It was incomparably terrifying in the deathly silent cosmos. And most of the time, he was in a state of forgetfulness. He didn't know what year it was, didn't know where he was, and had almost forgotten himself. This time, Yifan slept for half a year. He had no perception of the outside world. It was no different from dying in meditation. Suddenly, he woke up from his state of death seclusion. He felt a violent collision and was sent flying. What, an ancient star? Yifan was shocked to find that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen into an ancient star. Just now, he was sent flying because he came into contact with the ground. Chapter 691. Dust flew everywhere, and there was a violent sound and a violent earthquake. The 9 dragon corpses pulled the coffin down from the sky and landed on an ancient star. Yifan was like a withered leaf in a gale. He was sent flying for who knew how many miles and collided with many rocks. Otherwise, he would have definitely been smashed into a pool of mud. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed on this ancient star from the dark universe. It was full of unknowns, and there were no clues to be found. Recently, he had been in seclusion and had forgotten about everything. What is this place? Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yifan finally stabilized his body and wasn't injured during the rapid fall. There was a huge pit on the ground. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in disarray. They were also unharmed, but the ground had caved in and many huge cracks had appeared. We've landed. Was this the final destination? Yifan's heart was moved. He was filled with puzzlement and yearning. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient star this was. There's air. Suddenly, he keenly sensed this problem. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he felt a little dizzy. Poison. This made him feel a little dizzy. One could imagine how poisonous the air on this ancient star was. It couldn't be absorbed by the human body at all. Is this a dead star land? Yifan muttered to himself. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everything in the surroundings could be seen clearly. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were motionless. They landed here, and it could be said that they had run aground and stopped moving forward. This was a mountainous area where not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life. Yifan was disappointed. He thought he had come to a source of life. Suddenly, his eyes froze and he was shocked. He saw a huge claw mark not far away. It was imprinted on a stone mountain and almost cracked the top of the mountain. What a big creature this is. One claw can uproot a mountain. Yifan was quite surprised. Such a barren planet didn't seem to have any living creatures. How could there be such a huge and frightening claw mark? He immediately became more careful. This ancient star might not be as simple as he thought. Otherwise, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would not have fallen for no reason. Of course, he was even more curious about what route the dragon corpse and coffin were taking. How could they determine the direction? What kind of power was guiding them? Where exactly were they going? Where was their final destination? And what would happen in the end? Mystery. Everything was a mystery. It was difficult for him to guess and think clearly. He had no idea what the final destination would be. Perhaps riding the coffin this time would reveal some of its secrets and reveal the place it had arrived at. Yifan flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. He wanted to take a good look at this world. He muttered to himself, "Who is it that is paving the way in the cold universe? Where is it leading?" Suddenly, Yifan was dumbfounded. He saw a smear of gold on the horizon. It seemed to be a patch of vegetation. It was lush, but the color was too strange. The planet was filled with poison, yet there were still signs of life. He was astonished. He glanced at the ancient coffin and quickly flew forward. After traveling for 80 to 90 li, Yifan walked out of this barren land and discovered the vitality in front of him. It was an incomparably resplendent golden expanse. He was dumbfounded. This was a patch of incomparably dazzling golden trees. Of course, they weren't made of gold, but rather, they were alive. He plucked a leaf and golden droplets flowed out. When he put it in his mouth, it tasted a bit bitter, but also a bit fragrant. There was also a trace of essence energy flowing. What a strange place. An ancient star with life. A source of special life. Yifan entered the forest and walked towards the central area. It had to be said that this was a very gorgeous ancient forest. Every single one of them was golden in color, and was very different from the vegetation he had seen before. Suddenly, a giant golden flower suddenly bloomed on the oldest tree. The stamen rushed over like a tongue and rolled up Yifan, collecting him into the flower in an instant. Then it quickly closed. Golden light flowed and dazzled the eyes. The divine power in Yifan's body flowed outwards and was absorbed by the giant flower. It wanted to extract all of his essence energy and refine it. "Break for me." Yifan shivered inwardly. With a forceful shake, The flower and the ancient tree were crushed together. It was as if pieces of gold fell down and fluttered about. Golden light flickered about and a lot of essence energy rushed out. He took a deep breath and refined it into his own body. Then, with a light ding sound, a crystal fell onto the ground. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was a crystal inside the ancient tree. It was golden in color and extremely dazzling. It was full of a type of source power. Yifan held it in his hand and carefully observed it. He felt that it was extremely pure and holy, even his fingers becoming sparkling and translucent. He was astonished. What kind of ancient star was this? How could there be an ancient tree like this? It was completely different from the life forms of the other world. In this entire ancient forest, only this old tree was special. Everything else was normal and didn't absorb his divine power. In addition, he discovered that the old tree's roots took root in every single tree and absorbed their essence energy. Is it a tree spirit? Could it be an old demon? Or is it just this type of life form? When Yifan walked out from this golden ancient land, he discovered that this ancient tree was a ruler. All of the golden tree species provided it with essence energy, but now they were all destroyed by him. When he made his way through, he didn't discover a single animal. It was extremely quiet, not even the slightest bit of sound. It was so quiet that it left one in despair. Just what kind of ancient star is this exactly? In the distance, an expanse of dazzling purple light transmitted over. It surged like a flood. Yifan walked forward and quickly arrived here. This was a miraculous plant. Regardless of whether it was the leaves, flowers, or roots, they were all purple in color. In addition, there was a dense mist that flickered about like multicolored clouds. This world is truly strange. There isn't a single green tree, and all of the trees look like they were sculpted from gemstones. However, they just happen to have life. This time, Yifan paid close attention. There was an ancient tree at the center that was still rather special. It seemed to be a ruler. When he approached, this forest's purple light rushed into the heavens. Then, it turned into an enormous heavenly sword in the sky and hacked down. In a single breath of time, the great earth split open. Earth and rocks flew into the air. An enormous crack that was several zhang wide appeared and extended out for several li. The power of this sword was extremely astonishing. What? Yifan was quite shocked. He originally thought that this was just a strange forest that was a bit different from the other world's life form. Yet now he saw it condense into an enormous purple sword. It made him feel extremely strange and mysterious. Just what kind of world was this exactly? Dang! Yifan didn't look down on it. He brandished the deity's striking whip and smashed it down heavily, colliding with the purple heavenly sword. His body trembled violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. However, he still endured it. The power of this sword was extremely great. The dozen or so footprints on the ground all cracked. Many cracks burst forth and extended in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The purple heavenly sword shattered and turned into an expanse of purple light before disappearing. A large half of the vegetation here immediately disappeared and withered. The ancient tree at the center directly collapsed. Ding! A light sound rang out. A purple crystal the size of a chicken egg flew out and drew out a beautiful arc in the air. It flickered with powerful divine force fluctuations. Yifan caught it in his hands and said to himself, "What is this? Why is there one in every strange tree?" There were 2 crystals in his hands, but he didn't know what they were or what they were used for. It seemed like they could be used as origin blocks to absorb spiritual essence. However, when he tried it out, he discovered that it was extremely strenuous. It was sealed extremely well and incomparably sturdy. It was difficult to crush. Yifan continued forward. He wanted to figure out just what kind of world this was. He had to go far enough. Hong long long. A tsunami-like sound rang out in front of him. Scarlet light rushed into the sky and rumbled like a large flaming cloud. Yifan walked forward and saw the real scene. It was an expanse of ancient trees that were scarlet red like blood. Endless multicolored mist swirled around them. These scarlet ancient trees were exceptionally tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall, and the scarlet tree king at the center was even more so, several hundred meters tall. It was like a small mountain that seemed to be carved out of red coral. It was extremely beautiful, scarlet red like blood, and its leaves were sparkling and translucent. However, it was also extremely dangerous. As soon as Yifan approached, the entire ancient forest turned into a sea of blood. Then, scarlet multicolored mist drowned out the heaven and earth. Hong! A scarlet cauldron that was over 1,000 zhang tall appeared. It was completely condensed from scarlet multicolored mist. It descended from the sky and gave off a feeling that it was impossible to contend against. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The scarlet cauldron was simple and unadorned in shape. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was perfectly round and almost identical to Yifan's cauldron. Even the patterns on its surface were similar. The characteristics of ancient China. Yifan was stunned. Then he quickly attacked. This attack was too powerful. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he also felt threatened. It definitely had the divine might of a peak divine lord going all out. Hong! Yifan didn't waste any divine essence. He directly took out the black gourd. 9 colored flames overflowed into the sky and instantly submerged the ancient cauldron. Kacha! Divine flames filled the sky and the giant cauldron was burned to pieces. Then, the scarlet forest in front of him also withered. The tree king shattered like a burst of fireworks. Palm-sized scarlet crystal flew out. The divine might was very powerful, and it was like a divine star crossing the sky. Yifan caught it in his hand and put it away. Just like that, he continued forward. From time to time, he would see ancient forests. He found a total of 5 colored ancient trees that were all flickering with brilliance. There was a tree king that gave birth to a crystal. Just like that, he traveled for thousands of miles and discovered dozens of forests. The most terrifying one made his heart palpitate. It was an ancient tree that emitted a black light that shot into the heavens. The black light condensed into the body of a fiend god, and with a single roar, a mountain range collapsed. However, in the end, it was still destroyed by the black gourd. A square-foot black crystal fell from the ancient tree. In this world, there were 5 colored ancient trees. Yifan suspected that they were related to the 5 elements. They were similar to the legendary 5-element true wood. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited because there were very few ancient records. However, he knew that the 5-element true wood was incomparably precious and difficult to nurture. He never thought that this ancient star would have so many of them. Moreover, they were growing well and flourishing. 2 days later, Yifan arrived at an ancient land. There were actually some traces of biological activity. Moreover, they weren't left behind too long ago. This shocked him greatly. He advanced along a stone forest and gradually approached a giant mountain. When he arrived at a spacious area, Yifan was incomparably shocked. Ding! The peak of the giant mountain was very vast. There was an old man there. He was currently stacking 5 colored crystals together to build a small altar. 5 colored altar! Yifan's mind was shaken. There was actually a person here. Moreover, he was building the 5 colored altar. Suddenly seeing him like this was a great blow to him. In an instant, he immediately understood. The crystals produced by the 5 colored ancient tree were the materials used to build the 5 colored altar. An ancient tree that could launch an attack comparable to a peak divine lord could only produce palm-sized crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs. Just how many tree kings were needed to build an altar? Yifan thought of the 5 colored altar on Mount Tai and the 5 colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden land. Just how powerful were the 5 colored tree kings needed to build this? It had to be known that some of those giant 5 colored stones weighed 1,000 jin or even 10,000 jin. The stones of the 5 colored altar were actually obtained like this? Yifan's heart was filled with shock. These were actually crystals produced by the divine tree. In front of him, the old man only had 1 arm. He was dressed in black clothes and was building an ancient altar alone. It gave off an incomparably strange feeling. Chapter 692. On this ancient star, apart from the 5 colored ancient tree, there was nothing else. It was difficult to see a single creature. At this moment, suddenly seeing the five-colored altar and the one-armed green-clothed old man. The impact on Yifan could be imagined. The five-colored altar wasn't very big because the crystals inside were too small. It was impossible to produce thousands of gene boulders like the ones on ancient Mars and the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. It was hard to imagine just how ancient a tree king was needed to produce such crystals. Perhaps only a saint would be able to chop it down, and even a quasi-great emperor would have to personally do it. The green-clothed old man was tall and had a thin appearance. He looked like an immortal without a trace of the mortal world, giving off the feeling that the ancient Tao was naturally formed. Why was there such an old man here alone? Just what kind of realm had he reached to actually be able to build this kind of altar? One had to know that the Black Emperor had once said that the five-colored altar's formation patterns could only be carved by great emperors. It was impossible for others to do so, and they wouldn't even be able to understand them. Just how powerful was this person to be able to build an altar alone? His heart was filled with astonishment. Could this be a great emperor? This absurd thought surged up in his mind, making him feel extremely frightened. The great emperors of the ancient times were only legends and couldn't be seen in person. How could they meet? It shouldn't be a great emperor. Otherwise, how could it be a severed arm? Those kinds of characters have long since defied the heavens. Not to mention severed limbs. Even if their bodies were shattered and their divine senses were destroyed, they would still be able to recover. He inwardly speculated. He didn't approach and only watched from afar out of fear of startling the old man. The five-colored altar was very small, no more than 3 meters long, but it consumed a lot of five-colored crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs, so who knew how many tree kings had been cut down like this? Such a small five-colored altar might only be used to cross a single person. Is he going to leave? Where is he going? To be able to find an ancient star with life in this pitch-black and gloomy universe, it was truly not easy to see a person. Yifan found it hard to calm down. He was very far away from the five-colored altar, and he was still continuously retreating. This was because he didn't know the single-armed old man's cultivation, so he was afraid of being sensed. However, even though he restrained his aura, the old man still looked over, his eyes dim and lifeless, his face expressionless. Yifan's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Since he was already here, based on the cultivation base of this person, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even now, he was still doubting whether the other party was an immortal emperor. The Black Emperor's words had left a deep impression on him. Only an immortal emperor could build the five-colored sacrificial altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. When he ascended the giant mountain and arrived in front of the five-colored altar, he heard this type of voice that continuously echoed like a demonic curse. Yifan was astonished. The old man's mouth did not open again, but his voice rang out incessantly, as if it came from ancient times. "Senior," Yifan called out. However, the other party didn't even spare him a glance and continued to fix the altar. "I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land." This sentence was unceasing, like an incantation, echoing beside the altar as if it would never stop. Gradually, Yifan sensed that something was wrong. Not only this voice, but even this old man was problematic. This didn't seem like a real person. Deity's will. Suddenly, he was horrified. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt a special aura that belonged to that kind of evil spirit. Yifan staggered backwards. There was no mistake. This was the will of a supreme deity. This kind of fluctuation, this kind of divine power, was very similar to the one he had seen in the immortal residence. The former was formed from the evil thoughts of the undying heavenly emperor after his death. What kind of existence was this green-robed old man born after his death? Why is there a deity's will on this ancient star? Yifan felt a chill from head to toe. Now, there was no emperor weapon to suppress the evil spirit, so how could he resist? What was a deity's will? It was said that it was formed from the evil years after the death of a deity. It was incomparably tyrannical, and almost no one could resist it. This was a legendary deity, and it was illusory enough. Now, there was even the birth of evil thoughts. This boundless strangeness was incomprehensible. Yifan noticed that the broken arm had the aura of tribulation on it. It was most likely that the heavens didn't tolerate it and sent down a heavenly punishment to cut it off. It was very difficult to regrow, and there was a power of suppression attached to it. Who can bury me in my homeland? In front of the five-colored altar, the ancient voice continued like an inextinguishable will. Yifan stopped his steps. The origin divine eyes shot out splendor, and he saw an illusory figure standing in front of him. The green-robed old man didn't seem real at all. This deity's will had transformed into the Tao, and what was left was only a strand of will. It wasn't an invincible divine body. This made him both shocked and relieved. How many years has it been? A deity has died on this ancient star. After countless years, a deity's will was born, but it's about to be exhausted. It's almost gone. Yifan trembled. It was hard to imagine how many years ago a deity had descended here and was buried on this ancient star. Perhaps he could dig out the corpse of a deity. This strand of will didn't pose much of a threat. Even the evil thoughts had been completely dissolved, and only a kind of persistence remained. It was still fiddling with the altar and repeatedly modifying it, but the changes weren't great. This altar has been formed for a long time, but the deity's will couldn't hold on any longer. It returned to heaven and earth, and without the main will, it can't even be considered a specter anymore. It's just repeating everything mechanically. After standing here for a long time, Yifan finally understood everything. Moreover, he learned a shocking secret from the various ancient voices. This deity came from the ancient Ziwei star region. He couldn't forget about returning to his homeland, to the legendary Ziwei star region. In China's ancient myths and legends, the Ziwei star was the emperor star, known as the Lord of Dipper. Yifan pondered. It was recorded in the ancient books of Taoism that the Lord of Ziwei was in control of heaven and earth, commanding the gods of the three worlds and the gods of the mountains and rivers. He was the king of all phenomena, able to summon the wind and rain, and command the ghosts and gods of thunder and lightning. Yifan stood there for a long time. Finally, he didn't find anything else. Then, he moved quickly on this ancient star, ready to find the corpse of a deity. This planet wasn't very big. It was much smaller than the world in the Big Dipper star region. It wasn't even as big as an oasis in the northern region. It didn't take Yifan long to explore the entire planet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the corpse of a deity. There was only a remnant of the deity's will, the old man in green. He spent a month on this small planet. He almost turned the entire land over, but he still couldn't find the corpse. It's not necessarily a deity. It's most likely the corpse of an emperor, but it definitely won't decay. It's possible that it has already entered the universe. Yifan sighed. Perhaps, like the Void Emperor, it had finally buried itself in the boundless starry sky. Along the way, a deity's will was born. It entered this ancient star and wanted to return to its homeland, the Ziwei star region. Yifan returned to the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin. He saw the claw mark that almost cracked the mountain. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he was sure that it was the will of the deity from back then. Am I trapped on this small planet? He muttered to himself. In the next 6 months, he fought the ancient tree king every day in search of the divine crystal. Of course, it wasn't to build the five-colored altar, but to sharpen himself and cultivate. This ancient star was very special. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It might be the last place in the universe with the 5 elements real wood. This was because, in front of the 5-colored altar, the wisp of will had such a vague message. The ancient voice was difficult to understand. Although it was a wave of consciousness, it wasn't that easy to distinguish. Every day, he would spend a certain amount of time watching the old man in green repair the 5-colored altar. It was just a repetitive work, and in reality there was no improvement to speak of. It was just the last bit of hope of a specter that was about to dissipate. He didn't even know who he was or why Yifan had come. In the end, Yifan made up his mind. He was going to take the risk and leave this ancient star to go somewhere else. That was because this ancient star was too strange. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It transformed all the power of the great Tao for its own use, and it was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao here. In the end, Yi Fan decided to abandon the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin and cross alone. This was because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had really run aground and couldn't move at all. With the help of the 5-colored altar constructed by the will of the deity, he wanted to take the risk and go to the ancient star of Ziwei. Since there was no way forward, he might as well take the risk. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. Although it was very small, there was a certain degree of feasibility. If this deity's will hadn't transformed into the great Tao and lost the will of the main will, he might have already crossed. Activate. As long as he could activate it, he could activate everything on the altar, which meant that he could cross. Yi Fan had been observing here for half a year and had long since discovered some secrets. He injected a wisp of divine power into it, and the 5-colored altar immediately shone with boundless radiance. It had long since been in a half-activated state, and all it lacked was a wisp of inducement. He succeeded after just one try. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan climbed up and stood at the center of the altar. A small 8 trigrams gate appeared, and the runes flickered as it opened the starry gate. He didn't have any thoughts of returning to Earth. The most important thing now was to enter a source of life, and the ancient star field of Ziwei was a very strong choice. All of a sudden, the originally unconscious old man in green suddenly opened his eyes wide and shot out 2 beams of resplendent divine light. They were like 2 torches that shot into the sky. It seemed that he had temporarily woken up. The old man in green stretched out a large hand and instantly cracked the earth. He went all the way to the core of this ancient star and took out a sealed stone coffin. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on it. The deity's will had a trace of self-awareness before death. He almost devoutly lifted the ancient coffin and stepped onto the altar, standing together with Yi Fan. The corpse of a deity. He didn't even need to think to know that the corpse of the deity was in the stone coffin. He had searched for a long time without finding it, but he didn't expect it to be in the core of the planet. How could an ordinary person have the power to grab it? I'm going to the ancient star with him? Yi Fan was scared. This was the will of a deity, and it was formed by the evil will of a deity. It was not a good one. He's about to become Taoist. Let's hope he disappears halfway. Yi Fan was sure that if the old man disappeared, the corpse of the deity would fall into his hands. With a loud bang, the 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. Yi Fan, the old man in green, and the stone coffin with the corpse of the deity instantly entered the back of the 8 trigrams gate and disappeared. Return to your homeland. Don't be buried in a foreign land. This was the only sentence that reverberated in the starry gate. Beidou Galaxy, Eastern Barren Territory, Ji family. It was another late night. Ji Ziyue looked up at the starry sky and sat there for most of the night. In the end, she sighed softly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. She didn't know if the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had reached the other end of the starry sky. She only looked up every night and reminisced about the past. It was hard for her to smile. In the northern region, some important ancient royal families were also looking up at the starry sky. They were discussing a major matter. Are you sure they went to the ancient star field of Ziwei? We can open the altar left behind by an ancient sovereign and try summoning them, but that's too costly. Chapter 693. Big Dipper Star Region, Eastern Wasteland. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, a few powerful far ancient kings came in and out of the 9 dragon caves. They came from several places of origin and looked at a vermilion coffin floating within. Has the weak human race of the past reached such a level? Even the Saint Emperor of the past was no better than this. The vermilion coffin had been lying there for who knew how many years. It had been submerged in many fragments of the divine source, but not a single far ancient creature dared to take it away. This is the treasure land of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Are you just going to let a human corpse lie here? A purple-haired, middle-aged man asked. What? Can't the Valley of Gods just watch? A golden-haired man glanced back. Who dared to move? No one was willing to move the vermilion coffin. Even powerful leaders like them didn't dare to approach. Even their kings would be afraid. In the far ancient era, the human race wasn't weak either. The Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures were definitely created by saint emperors, even if they didn't belong to this world. Someone from another race said. Yes, do you still remember the human demon who cultivated both the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures? He killed several ancient kings and dominated the world. The human race today is really weak. Actually, we can ask our kings to take action and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We'll make them disappear from this world forever. Don't act recklessly. Be careful of drawing a disaster. Our ancient kings will make their own decisions. A phoenix, like ancient creature, said. This was a group of leaders representing the various races. They had been discussing for several days. Finally, they entered the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and looked towards the crow's nest. In the far ancient era, an ancient king had left behind a divine altar that was divided into 9 pieces. One of them was in the ancient nest that flickered with black light and floated with primal chaos. This human emperor is too powerful. He's occupied such an important place. An ancient creature was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Let's each take a holy object and form a divine altar to summon the Ziwei ancient star region. Perhaps we really will succeed. The consumption is great. We have to be prepared. In the vast starry sky, Yi Fan set out again. He didn't know where he started or where he would end up. He couldn't be sure. I hope I can enter the Ziwei ancient galaxy. He muttered to himself, but he knew that traversing through the cold universe was full of variables. There was no guarantee, especially since the altar was too small. At this time, the green-clothed old man lost himself again. He hugged the stone coffin and lost all self-awareness. He followed along in a daze, walking side by side with Yi Fan. This allowed Yi Fan to let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, standing together with the evil will of a deity would have been too much pressure. The corpse of a god, or the skeleton of an ancient emperor. Yi Fan stared at the stone coffin with blazing eyes. This was a priceless divine material that was hard to find even in the heavens. Was there really a deity? He actually wanted to take a look, but he didn't try to snatch it. God knew if the green-robed old man, who was close to Tao transformation, would suddenly awaken. The stone coffin was sealed tightly, and not a single wisp of qi was emitted. Yi Fan had once tried to send out a wisp of his divine sense, but it was impossible to enter. However, he didn't force it. He still clearly remembered that the ancient coffins of Ruthless and the undying heavenly emperor would shatter his body and soul once he got close. This was a strange journey. After crossing the star field, one could clearly see endless flickering starlight. They were passing through an eternal passage at an extreme speed. 100 years in one breath. 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. 2 completely different feelings. One moment it felt like time was very slow, and the next it was extremely fast. It gave people a feeling that time was changing and space was in disorder. This was crossing the universe. It was indescribable, and it made people sink into oblivion. They didn't know what year it was, and they didn't know where the road ahead was. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan's body trembled violently. In front of him was a patch of gloomy starlight. The passageway disappeared, and they appeared in the deathly silent universe. Why do I always encounter such things? The unreliable Black Emperor formation runes, the broken altar of the forbidden ancient land, and the altar forged by the will of a lost deity. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had once again arrived in the cold universe. There was no village in front of him, and he didn't know how many billions of miles away he was from the other ancient stars. Now, he was even further away from the Big Dipper star field and the Emperor star. He had arrived at a place of rest without any life. It was too deathly still. If he wanted to fly back, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he had 10 lifetimes. He could only float aimlessly in the universe until his vitality was exhausted and he died along the way. Something's wrong. This place is too gloomy and dark. There's a powerful suction force that devours everything. Yi Fan was suddenly startled. He felt the threat of death, as if he was facing the heaven-devouring demonic art. He was about to be turned into ashes and refined. What is that? His body was involuntarily pulled in a certain direction. The green-clothed old man and the stone coffin were the same. In front of him, there was no starlight, no light, and nothing could be seen. It was as dark as ink, and he couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. There was no sound or aura as it swallowed the heaven and earth. It was as if a vicious beast that had existed with the ancient netherworld had opened its mouth and devoured a star field. Nothing existed anymore. The power grew stronger and stronger, and it gradually showed signs of speeding up. Yifan's body was on the verge of splitting apart. His saint blood boiled, and his entire body burned. However, there was a kind of coldness that pierced into his bones. What happened? Why can't I control it? It's like 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, like moths flying into a flame? Although Yifan had a saint physique, he couldn't endure it any longer. He was about to be devoured. He arrived at a place where he couldn't sense the flow of time. Eternal darkness, a boundless land of death. In the end, even the divine fluctuations he emitted were devoured. Even his murmurs disappeared. As long as he moved, some of his essence energy would be melted away. Yifan's heart pounded. This was a terrifying space of death. Any living being that entered would be devoured and melted away. It was as if he was facing the ruthless great emperor who had stunned the ages. He accelerated forward and was about to return to eternal silence. It was as if his body was about to disintegrate. A terrifying power rushed over and pulled him down at an extreme speed. The green-robed old man lost his divine will and was at a loss. His body had almost disappeared, and he didn't show any expression at all. He just hugged the stone coffin in a daze. The universe is too vast. There are deathlands everywhere. It's eternal and endless, but it's hard to find a place with life. Yifan sighed. He had left the Big Dipper star field and traveled alone for several years. All he saw was darkness and coldness. There wasn't a single sound, and it was the same loneliness throughout the ages. Now, he already knew that he had entered a dangerous place. If there were no accidents, even an ancient saint might not be able to save him. This was a cosmic black hole that could destroy eternity. It would disintegrate and devour everything that entered its surroundings. Unless a saint came, there was no way to escape. Yifan strongly suspected that the first ancient scripture created by the ruthless great emperor, the heaven-devouring demonic art, was inspired by this. Now, he was practically facing a powerful attack from a saint-level figure. How could he escape from it? If he really fell near the center of the black hole, it would be the same as the great emperor's attack. He would die without a doubt. Even a god would not be able to save him. What should I do? Yifan really had no other way. He thought about his powerful methods and unparalleled physical body, but he hadn't reached great success yet. If he went in, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Although the deity's striking whip was strong, it couldn't collapse the black hole. There was no divine will to attack. Although the myriad chi cauldron was strange, it couldn't absorb the black hole. The most powerful method was undoubtedly the black gourd. Other than flames, it could also release a shocking attack. However, no matter how sharp the celestial sword released from the gourd was, could it cut the black hole? If only the 9 dragons were pulling the coffin. Maybe the little coffin could release the power of the extreme path and stop the black hole. Yifan muttered to himself. His gaze stopped on the stone coffin held by the god's will. Maybe he could only rely on it. If it wasn't a god inside, it was the corpse of an emperor. Although it was dead, it might be able to resist the black hole. They were getting faster and faster as they rushed towards the black hole. Yifan couldn't bear it anymore. He used the cauldron to protect himself and the black gourd. Finally, they fell into eternal darkness. Even the divine eye of origin was useless. When they opened their eyes, the divine radiance was absorbed and even their eyeballs almost flew out. Dong! The gods will seem to awaken. The moment it was about to disappear, it shook violently and a crack appeared on the stone coffin in its hand. Boom! All of a sudden, A torrential aura exploded from the stone coffin. The black hole was already terrifying enough, but the aura inside the coffin was even more frightening. It was as if it wanted to destroy the universe. It directly collapsed all the regions outside the black hole, destroying everything. This was definitely an unimaginable supreme being. A strand of aura shot out and destroyed the universe and all living things. Nothing could stop it, not even the black hole could devour it. Yifan's heart trembled. As expected, if it wasn't a god, then it was an emperor's corpse. It definitely couldn't be anything else. It was too terrifying. He wrapped the immortal treasure of the chaotic nest of myriad dragons and used the myriad chi cauldron to suck himself in. At the same time, he used the black gourd to protect himself and barely didn't shatter. Dong! The stone coffin was extremely terrifying. Pierced through the edge of the black hole and broke through. It rushed out and couldn't be stopped at all. This was just a corpse. How powerful would it be when it was alive? Yifan didn't know and couldn't imagine it. He was already an expert, but he couldn't estimate it. He left the black hole and entered a bone-chilling and desolate land that could freeze one's soul. Great holy force! Yifan was shocked. He immediately felt this terrifying power. Not long after leaving the black hole, he encountered this most fundamental thing in the universe. Buzz! A crescent moon pendant on his body trembled and released a wave of great true force that could seal the heavens. It almost obliterated Yifan. He opened the black gourd immediately and released the 9-colored mist to surround himself. He used the sacred flames to resist it. This is the great ancient scripture. Suddenly, Yifan's heart moved. With the help of the universe's great holy force, he saw 2 ancient divine characters flashing on the pendant. Great He sat cross-legged in the dark universe and didn't move at all. It was as if he was in the primordial era when the world was created. Great Yin and Great Yang, which is stronger and which is weaker. Yin and Yang work together. An ancient heavenly voice resounded in his ears like a curse, playing in the pitch-black universe. In the Big Dipper star region, in a place of origin of the eastern wasteland ancient race, a group of powerful beings surrounded a divine altar. I sensed a wisp of aura. There are life fluctuations in the boundless universe. No, it's a powerful great holy force. Should we summon it back? If we anger an existence like that, it will be a catastrophe. Don't worry. Each race has an ancient king. In the Central Plains, Pang Bo was covered in wounds. He returned from a battlefield and even walking was difficult. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed. It's been almost 4 years. You've finally returned home. Do you know who my enemy is now? When can I meet you again? Brother Pang, are your injuries serious? The barbarian was also covered in wounds. He carried Li Heishui, who was on the verge of death. He sighed. The heaven-devouring demonic art is too terrifying. That woman deserves to die. There's a group of even more terrifying people. This world is in chaos. If not for that dog, we would all be dead. Wu Zhongtian had lost an arm, and blood flowed everywhere. Will that dog survive? Pang Bo sighed. Chapter 694. In the extreme darkness, Yifan sat alone in the cold universe, never knowing the path ahead. In front of his brow, a crescent moon pendant floated motionlessly, maintaining a stable distance from him. It was like a divine lamp, flickering with light. However, this light was extremely cold and could freeze anything. The ancient treasures collected by Yifan had all been turned into powder, unable to block the cold. In his bosom there was a black gourd. A flame danced within, and 9-colored mist surrounded it like a thin layer of smoke. He was using the 9-colored flame to resist the power of the Yin. Otherwise, he might be turned into a wave of Yin energy and cease to exist. Moreover, this was far from the core of the Yin. This was the terrifying power of the Yin. Once it was activated, it was difficult to block. If it wasn't for the burning 9-colored mist, he wouldn't have been able to resist it at all. Around Yifan, a black mist drifted. This was the source of the Yin of the universe. It was extremely rare even in the star domain, but there was a large expanse here. An endless black cloud submerged this place. The sun's saint power was vast, and it was also because of this that the crescent moon pendant shone as if it had come back to life. Looking from afar, it was like a divine lamp, fixed in front of Yi Fan's brow. Took in and sent out the forming a close connection with him. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, the interior of the black gourd was like an ancient universe. It was boundless and contained endless 9-colored flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. The inherited the power of the at the beginning of the world. It was murderous and could not be controlled. It was almost impossible to refine, let alone use it to refine the body. Since ancient times, those who had truly cultivated the ancient lunar scripture to perfection could be counted on one hand. This was fighting against the universe and the heavens for luck and creation. Inside the pendant, ancient characters flickered one after another. Then they turned into a trembling imprint. It was like the ringing of a great bell, making one feel like they were receiving a type of baptism. Of course, this was an extremely terrifying baptism. Even the Saint Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would definitely be turned into energy and turned into powder. This type of temperature was too low. With a light shake, it could freeze everything within 100,000 li. Impossible to stop its spread. No matter where it was, it would become a barren land, all life extinguished. Yi Fan tried his best to calm his mind. With the help of the 9-colored fire strands, he resisted the power of extreme He observed the imprint in the pendant and comprehended it seriously. Although he already had a premonition, he was still excited when he actually confirmed that it contained the ancient lunar scripture. This was one of the 2 great mother scriptures of the human race. Even ancient emperors would benefit greatly from looking at it. Only this was still a damaged scripture, not complete. There was a Tao Palace scroll as well as an Immortal Foundation scroll missing 3 scrolls, and there was no great secret technique. Naturally, it was sufficient as long as he had the Immortal Foundation scripture. He had already cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremities and dragon transformation. All of these were the strongest ancient scriptures. And now, the Great and Great Yang were gathered together, converging into an immortal foundation. It was just right for the and Yang to complement each other, manifesting the legendary supreme immortal foundation art. Of course, this was just an extravagant hope. Since ancient times, who could bring these 2 opposing ancient powers together? Even the sages of the immemorial era cultivated themselves to the point of madness. Great and Great Yang, which one is weaker and which one is stronger? And Yang complement each other, becoming an emperor under the heavens. These ancient words were like a demonic incantation, echoing in Yi Fan's ears. The incantation originated from the crescent moon pendant, making it hard for him to calm down. Since ancient times, there were many trials and tribulations in proving one's Tao. It was impossible to advance. Apart from great willpower and wisdom, one also needed supreme luck. Ancient scriptures alone weren't enough. For example, the immortal divine dynasties and the holy lands that had existed for a long time all had ancient scriptures. However, apart from the founders, no one in the later generations had proven their Tao. It was as if a path couldn't be walked twice. The predecessors achieved the Tao, blocking the later generations. There was no more hope. However, the Great and Great Yang were so special. There was a legend that if one cultivated both of them to perfection, they could prove their Tao. As long as one cultivated these 2 ancient scriptures, they would be able to obtain the Tao. As for the other ancient scriptures, even if one cultivated them to perfection, they might not necessarily be able to take the same step as their ancestors. They would only be an existence comparable to the quasi-emperor. When the Great and Great Yang complement each other and reach perfection together, one can be called an emperor. How astonishing! No wonder that immemorial sage risked his life to go against the heavens, cultivating himself to madness and becoming a demonic human. Time flowed like water, never to return. There was no epoch in the void. Yi Fan was like a dust-covered fossil. He sat quietly in the pitch-black universe, not moving at all as he silently comprehended. Beside him, the green-clothed old man hugged the stone coffin like a stone statue. It was hard to tell what kind of state he was in. Could be said that he had transformed into the Tao, but he still existed and hadn't completely decayed. Could be said that he was still alive, but he had lost his self-awareness. As for the stone coffin, it was already closed and didn't emit any aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Fan to meditate peacefully at such a close distance. In this dark universe, time was the least valuable. The great Yin mist lingered. Yi Fan hadn't moved for half a year and had always been comprehending. Back then, when he cultivated the Sun Sutra, he didn't spend such a long time either. He only exited after 3 months. But now that half a year had passed, he was still frowning. The ancient Moon Sutra of the Immortal Foundation volume was extremely profound. It required a pure and flawless Tao heart to comprehend and a powerful divine sense as the foundation to establish an immortal foundation. He had all of these, and by right, he should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, he met with great trouble. Not only was his progress slow, there were even a few times when he almost crippled himself. He cultivated the Sun Sutra and now he was cultivating the extreme Yin Saint energy. The two of them clashed with each other and had no way to fuse them together, almost causing his immortal foundation to shatter. What Yin and Yang complementing each other, what Yin and Yang complementing each other. None of them could be realized. There was only conflict and self-destruction. Pooh! After another half a month passed, Yi Fan coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The sun and moon clashed against each other, causing his immortal foundation to tremble violently. A terrifying wound could be seen in the center of his brows. Great Yin and Great Yang. How can I fuse them together? Yi Fan pondered, using all the methods he had. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, nor was it because he felt that he was stronger than that ancient sage. Rather, it was because he had something he could rely on. He came from the other end of the starry space and had seen Taiji before. Although it wasn't a cultivation art, it gave him boundless enlightenment. Maybe this might be the most effective method to resolve the conflict between the Great Yin and Great Yang. But even so, he was still injured. The two opposing forces almost caused his immortal foundation to shatter, turning it into primordial chaos. Yi Fan persevered, silently contemplating. He sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos and started to comprehend the Tao once more. The Tao of heaven and earth, using Yin and Yang to create the myriad of things. The logic of life, using Yin and Yang to nourish one's bones. Everything in one's body must conform to the principles of Yin and Yang. I shall start from here. Taiji means that before the heavens and earth were separated, the origin chi would fuse into one. This is the absolute beginning, the ultimate unity. Yi Fan mumbled to himself, using his heart to comprehend. He circulated the ancient Moon Sutra in his body and started to attempt again. The Tao is the essence. Can't be used as a form, it can't be used as a name, it can only be used as a name. I am the ultimate unity, my body is the Tao, using me to separate Yin and Yang, transforming into two energies, resonating with life. Yi Fan's heart was flawless. He deduced step by step, combining what he knew, evolving the Great Yin and Great Yang, allowing them to advance together, merging fire and water. He viewed himself as the Tao, separating Yin and Yang within the Tao, allowing the Great Yin and Great Yang to support each other. Just like this, another half a year passed. Yi Fan finally had a breakthrough in cultivating the ancient scriptures of Great Yin and Great Yang, obtaining a crucial progress. Naturally, this didn't mean that he had truly fused the Great Yin and Great Yang together. He could only cultivate them at the initial stage. Wanting to cultivate both scriptures at the same time was simply too difficult. Being able to achieve such a small step, other than his talent, it was also because he had absorbed the essence of ancient China for thousands of years, comprehending the Tao by analogy. During this year, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He was like a statue in an ancient temple, solemn and dignified, understanding the Tao. Finally, the 9-colored mist outside his body became fainter. Black mist flowed over. This was the pure power of the Great Yin. Strands of it entered his pores. After more than a year of bitter cultivation, he finally activated the true power of the Great Yin, refining it into his body and cleansing it. Although it was very little, it was shocking. On an ancient planet in the northern Dipper region, Within an ancient forbidden ground in the eastern wasteland, a divine platform was flashing. After more than a year, they finally made the decision to face the lonely universe and summon it. The amount needed was great. The divine source was piled up in four corners. Formation patterns flickered and marks of the Tao were densely covered, interweaving in the void. The place was immediately submerged. At the same time, in the depths of the cold universe, Yifan woke up. He felt a powerful force tearing at him, trying to pull him into a tunnel. What happened? Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force restraining him. Boom! He activated the true power of the Great Een and pierced it into the void in the distance, entering a tunnel. In the eastern wasteland, the divine platform flashed, and a black mist rushed out. It was filled with a destructive aura, turning the ancient land into powder on the spot, turning it into a frozen land. The holy power of the Great Een. To be able to cultivate the holy power of the Great Een, which race is this king? The group of ancient beings was very shocked. They all retreated, using all kinds of treasures to protect themselves, preventing the black mist from approaching. At the same time, there was a flash, and the divine platform dimmed. Do we still need to summon it? This existence seems to be very repulsive. In the universe, Yifan was shocked. He vaguely felt that it was the ancient king he had carried out from the purple copper warship that had attracted the pulling force just now, but he didn't think too much about it. He began to meditate again, cultivating the power of the Great Een. Wisps of mist surged into his body, entering and exiting his pores, allowing him to gradually adapt. Just like that, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Yifan's initial success of the Great Een was far from perfect, but he had extraordinary techniques. During this time, he constantly refined the holy power of the Great Een, and the black mist in this ancient region was almost sucked dry. Yifan was very focused. Day after day, month after month, he quietly cultivated. He needed great power to continue comprehending. When Taiji moves, it gives birth to yang. When it moves, it gives birth to stillness. When it moves, it gives birth to Een. One movement and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and Yang are separated, and the two are established. He had finally achieved a certain level of success by controlling Yin and Yang and cultivating the Great Yin and Great Yang together, but he was still not satisfied. Yifan had been in seclusion in this pitch-black star region for more than 3 years, not moving a single step. Finally, he had refined all the black mist. In the past, he used 3 months to cultivate the ancient sun scripture. Now, he used a total of 3 years to cultivate the ancient moon scripture. The difference in time was huge, but the effects were also shocking. Yifan had already been in this desolate universe for almost 7 years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, after refining the Great Een mist, he experienced a great tribulation that shook the entire star region. The lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, and a group of human-shaped lightning bolts descended. After that, they suppressed the entire sky, wanting to crush him to death. Finally, he succeeded and took the most crucial step in the life of a cultivator. He stepped into the second level of Immortal Foundation and became a character at the Saint Lord level. To Yifan, this was incomparably important. He had a saint physique and had already stepped into the 8th Forbidden Realm. Once he became a Saint Lord, he would be extremely terrifying. He would be able to roam the world and no one would be able to strangle him. Now that I've reached this realm, if I return to the Big Dipper region, would I still have to fear the various sacred grounds? However, he could only sigh. He had no way to return. Late at night, in the eastern barren lands, Pangbo was covered in blood. He stared at the starry sky. It's been 7 years. Yizi, are you still alive? Have you returned to our hometown? Do you know how cruel the battle here is? Cough! Li Heishui coughed out blood. This time, I might die too. I wonder if the barbarians survived. On another ancient platform, Ji Ziyue coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stared at the starry sky. Little Yizi, where are you? Have you returned to the other side of the starry sky? Your old friend has encountered a great calamity. My brother tried to help, but he was still heavily injured by a sneak attack. Chapter 695. Yifan sat cross-legged in the void, gazing at the Big Dipper star region in the eternal darkness. There was a dim light there, and there were familiar people. He wondered how they were now. 7 years had passed, and many things should have happened. What had happened to those old enemies and friends? Were they still the same as before? Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia hadn't seen each other since they separated. Were they still alive? What was Pang Bo, his old friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, doing? Had Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian reunited with Tu Fei, who had been thrown into the northern plains? Was that bastard Black Emperor still clamoring about bringing disaster to the world? However, why was there a hidden worrying for him? Could it be that something bad had happened? 7 years had passed. Could little Nan Nan grow up? What changes had she undergone? Was Ji Ziyue, this beautiful girl, looking up at the starry sky now? Was she still grinding her little canine teeth and chanting his name? Ji Haoyue was born with an invincible body. Could he become the #1 among the young generation in the eastern wilderness? Thinking of him, the figure of Yaoguang Saint inevitably appeared. Had this unfathomable genius really soared to the sky? When he made his move, it might be earth-shattering and world-shaking. Jade Lake Saintess, Yaoshi, Yenryu, Little Rock, Xiajiao, Central Emperor, Southern Demon, West Bodhisattva, and so many others, what achievements had they made? Had the strongest divine sons of the Mortal Dynasty and the Hell Dynasty, who specialized in killing kings, appeared? What kind of pressure did they bring to the kings of the 5 regions? The holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness, the Central Plains Divine Dynasty, and the ancient temples of the West Desert. Had anything major happened in all these years? Was the sickly old man Gai Jiao from 9,000 years ago? How was his body condition now? Was the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru really the monkey's uncle? How high was his cultivation now? Had the ancient royal families come out? What kind of pressure would they bring to the human race? In the forbidden land of the Antiquity era, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. Did something happen in the endless abyss? The undying mountain contained the netherworld grass, the black tortoise divine medicine, the enlightened ancient tea tree, and the divine spirit transformed from the green gold immortal tear. Was the supreme existence guarded by the headless night about to come into being? Origin ancient mine, the most mysterious place. Before the archaic times, not even the 10,000 clans dared approach it. Back then, they saw the sun, moon, and stellar radiance being absorbed and sent out. A vast expanse of whiteness with ancient corpses rising and falling. Now that the ancient creatures revived, would they be able to uncover the great mystery of the endless eras? The ruins of God had the South Heaven Gate and the ancient celestial court. Had the monkey gone to look for the immortal peach tree of the battling sacred apes? The immortal mausoleum was rumored to be a vast cemetery for immortals. Were there really immortals buried here? He had never been there before. Too many things. Yifan was only momentarily absent-minded when he recalled many past events in the Beidou Star region, most of which were focused on the Eastern Barren Territory. I originally wanted to risk my life and return to my hometown, but who would have thought that I would be stranded in the cosmos? Now, I'm afraid there's no way to return anymore. Facing this boundless universe, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Not to mention a tiny body, even a great star or a star field couldn't be considered anything. They were insignificant, like specks of dust. In this boundless cosmos, humans were truly too insignificant. The strength of a human was even more insignificant. If one wanted to go from one star domain to another, they might need to fly for several hundred lifetimes. There was even less of a need to talk about going from one end of the pitch-black cosmos to the other ancient region. It was truly too difficult and almost impossible to accomplish. I will most likely continue to float forever, becoming a speck of dust in the cosmos. Until my life reaches its end, I won't be able to see anyone again. Yifan sighed softly. This was something that couldn't be helped. There was simply no way to change it. Unless he continuously broke through and became an existence like the ancient saints, he might still be able to return. It's been 7 years. Why am I always on tenterhooks? Could it be that something has happened? If some of my old friends have already died in battle, why can't I send them off? Yifan was suddenly startled. Could it be that someone had really died? Why would he occasionally feel uneasy and be startled even when he was meditating? Could it be that something big had really happened in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some of my enemies are really unfathomable. If they vent their anger on Pang Bo and the others, that would be terrible. The two great divine sons of the god dynasty of the killer had never appeared. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons would find out sooner or later that he had led people there to stir up trouble. In the pitch-black cosmos, Yifan sighed softly. There was nothing he could do. He had become a divine lord now, but no matter how great his magical powers were, he couldn't be of any help. It's a pity that the divine body of an almighty being can't frighten them. For as long as 7 years, he had been floating alone in the lifeless cosmos. He had endured endless loneliness, and he had finally achieved what he had today. Compared to the past, his cultivation speed during these 7 years couldn't be considered fast, but it was incomparably solid. He had consolidated every step. If he wanted to prove his way, he had to do this. However, compared to others, this kind of cultivation speed was still considered very fast. Suddenly, Yifan's heart trembled. The old man in cyan next to him seemed to have come back to life. His dim and lifeless eyes suddenly lit up in the pitch-black night sky, as if 2 stars had exploded. 2 damaged 5-colored altars flew out of his eyes and collided with each other, forming an undamaged ancient formation platform. Yifan was shocked. All of this was too unexpected. He thought that the will of the gods, who had died and almost could not exist, had surprised him again and again. Now he had created an altar. Send me back to the Ziwei ancient star. I will give you good fortune. Abandon me and leave. Curse me for 100 lifetimes. The old man in cyan had a terrifying expression as he spat out these words in a low voice. Then, his body quickly disappeared and was injected into the 5-colored altar. In the end, only a phantom image of him was left. He held the stone coffin and repeated the words that were like a curse. He stared at Yifan. If you can open the path to the Ziwei ancient star region, it naturally won't be a problem. Yifan felt very lonely in this cold and desolate universe without any signs of life. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to leave and enter a source of life. Swoosh! The light brightened and the old man in cyan became even fainter. His essence energy was injected into the 5-colored altar that was less than 2 meters in diameter. Then, a small pagoda fell out from between his eyebrows. Both he and the stone coffin entered it. Ding! This pagoda was very small, only the size of a finger. When it landed on the 5-colored altar, it let out a crisp sound. Yifan was astonished. A creature formed from the evil will of a deity actually had something to ask of him. Could it really set sail again? He waited for a long time, but the small 5-colored altar didn't change. In the end, Yifan picked up the small pagoda and activated his essence energy. He injected it into the 5-colored altar just like the old man in cyan had done. Finally, the 5-colored altar was activated. Energy from the dark universe surged over like water. This was something he could sense but couldn't absorb. Boom! In this pitch-black sky, for the first time in millions of years, an extremely bright divine light rushed out. The 5-colored altar was dazzling. 5 kinds of divine light formed a 2-meter-tall 8-trigram. It formed a wormhole that sucked Yifan in. Ziwei ancient imperial star. Through the deep wormhole, Yifan saw a large purple star blooming with divine light. It was fixed at the end of the eternal void. Was that the Ziwei main star of China's ancient mythology? Yifan was very excited. The ancients had given it too many mysterious colors. Now, it was possible that he could go to that star region. The starry gate opened up a deep passage that led straight ahead. Yifan flew forward at high speed, and from time to time, starlight flashed. He was very nervous. He didn't know if he could reach his destination this time. One had to know that the previous times he crossed, he had failed. He was stranded halfway and even gave up on the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Starlight flashed, and the ancient road went backward. Yifan felt time and light distort as the passage changed. Everything became unreal. In the end, with a loud sound, he appeared in the star region with the large purple star as the center. He immediately felt an unusual aura. The aura of the ancient emperors. The deterrence of the celestial emperors. Yifan's heart trembled. At first, he thought it was someone who had confirmed the Tao in front of him. After carefully sensing it, he found that it came from this star region. Now, he finally knew how extraordinary this ancient star region was. Before he could think too much, the spatial passageway twisted and turned, quickly transporting him out towards an ancient source of life. The wind whistled past Yifan's ears. He felt as if he was about to burn up. He came out of the wormhole and was falling towards an ancient star. This time I succeeded. I've arrived at the source of life in the Ziwei ancient star region. He almost couldn't believe it. After floating in the universe for 7 years, he had no more hopes. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at an ancient star with life. The ancient world of myths and legends. The more Yifan thought about it, the more he felt it was inconceivable. He had never expected that one day, he would truly descend and personally come here. This was a large star, vast and boundless. It gave people an incomparably majestic feeling. Yifan had already broken through and was falling towards the earth. He descended rapidly. The blazing temperature almost made him burn. He took out the cauldron and put himself inside, quickly approaching this ancient source of life. The myriad chi cauldron was like a shooting star, cutting through the sky and quickly falling towards this land. Looking from the sky, it was deeply shocking. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds and great rivers surged, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many celestial lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. This was a magnificent world. It was majestic yet beautiful, majestic yet immortal. It shook people's hearts. The cauldron was heavy and ferocious. It descended from outer space and immediately fell into a celestial land. A loud sound rang out. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. A cliff collapsed, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Rocks flew everywhere. At the side, a silver waterfall splashed into the sky. All kinds of spiritual trees in the surroundings were broken, and all the jade grass collapsed. A flock of spiritual birds wailed and rushed into the sky in fright, fleeing into the distance. Who dares to break into my Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? At this time, a boy with red lips and white teeth flew over and shouted. In the cauldron, Yifan was startled. He felt that the place the boy mentioned was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he was startled. According to the legends, wasn't the place his father lived in great overarching heavens Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? Could it be that he had come to this place? Chapter 696. How could the Temple of 8 Visions really exist? Yifan's heart was filled with shock and he was stunned. Is the owner of the mysterious capital cave lousy? He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked impatiently. The child did not answer and his expression was unfriendly. Though his lips were red and his teeth were white, he looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. However, he had an air of arrogance about him. Why are you insulting the immortal realm? Though Yifan knew that Laozi was a powerful cultivator, he did not expect a place like the Temple of 8 Visions to exist. It was far too shocking. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago. Just like him, he came from the other side of the galaxy. Based on what he knew, Laozi was an ancient person with great wisdom. In the past, he never thought that Laozi was a cultivator. Later on, when he arrived at the other side of the galaxy and entered the Beidou galaxy, he experienced many things and overturned his previous knowledge. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, he heard that the mysterious capital cave existed on this ancient planet. His heart was shaken. Laozi's Temple of 8 Visions and Shakyamuni's Temple of Tempest were all the same. They were all places that challenged his thinking and shocked him. Why did you barge into my mountain and destroy my spiritual land? The child was relentless and questioned Yifan. Yifan bowed and apologized. I did not mean to offend you. I accidentally fell here. He was very polite to the child and wanted to enter to see Laozi. This ancient China sage had left behind countless mysteries. He had appeared in the Beidou galaxy and had left his footprints in this world. At this moment, he suddenly fell in front of the Elder Supreme Elder's cave abode. One could imagine how excited Yifan was. He wanted to see him immediately. The child looked like he had seen a ghost and had an expression of disbelief. "Who do you want to see?" "I want to see the elder," Yifan answered seriously. "Where did you come from? Did you fall from the sky? Or have you not been seen for thousands of years?" The child's expression was strange. Yifan knew that there must be some misunderstanding, or else the child would not be acting like this. The child looked down on him. "You look like you have never seen the world. How dare you ask me that? Did you just come out of a cave?" "What do you mean?" Yifan asked calmly. "If you want to find me, it's impossible. The current master of 8 Visions Palace is my master Yin Tianda." "What are you talking about?" Yifan was stunned. Many unimaginable things had happened today. First, he had personally come to the legendary Ziwei ancient star region. Then, he heard about Laozi's Xuandu cave. Now, he heard that there was another owner here. "You barbarian, you destroyed my family's immortal gate. Yet you're still asking questions here and there. You really have no manners." The child didn't have any good words to say. Yifan had been drifting alone in the dark universe for 7 years. He had passed through the Great Yin Mist and other ancient regions. The clothes on his body had long since become tattered, but he had never changed them. However, he did not want to be looked down upon because of this and be called a wild mountain man. "Where did I go? Who is Yin Tianda? How did he become the master of this place?" He had too many questions in his heart. "Audacious! Your origins are unknown, and yet you dare to question me? You damaged my sect and startled my spiritual land. What punishment do you deserve?" The child's expression turned heavy. Yifan was repulsed. He didn't expect that a little child would dare to put on airs with him. His expression instantly turned cold. "You are just a barbarian. You damaged my sect and you still dare to put on airs here?" The child coldly laughed. There was some arrogance in his voice. "Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can a person like you come to this place?" Although he looked very small, he didn't look simple at all. He was extremely domineering and domineering. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. What was originally a gentle and fair little hand suddenly flickered with green light. A few fine scales appeared on it, and it grew to over a dozen zhang long. It was incomparably huge, and as it pressed down, its nails were sharp and cold. "I initially thought that you are a little child, so it turns out that you are a demonic man who has lived for many years. No wonder you are so tyrannical." Yifan coldly snorted. He stood at his original location and didn't even move half a step. Right now, his cultivation base has already reached the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. He didn't even fear peak stage Saint Lords. How could he be bullied by a little child? He lifted his hand and struck out. Bang! Yifan's palms that seemed to be forged from divine metal instantly shattered the scaled hand. This was already the result of him showing mercy. If not, the little child would definitely be turned into meat paste. "You!" The little child screamed in misery as he retreated. The green-colored hand shrunk back to its original size. It was twisted beyond recognition as the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint energy within the hand was still circulating chaotically. Although this place is the 8 Visions Palace of the Mystic Capital Cavern, a little child like you cannot be so brazen. I believe if your father was here, I wouldn't allow my sect to do such a thing either. Yifan coldly spoke. You, how audacious, daring to behave atrociously in my 8 Visions Palace. Today, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to kill you. The little child roared, pointing his finger at Yifan. After that, he turned around and sped away. Yifan ignored him. After all, this was the 8 Visions Palace. Although this little child was unreasonable, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill him. Who's causing a ruckus? A voice rang out from the depths of this immortal ground. This was a cold voice that didn't sound very old. Yet, there was a sense of imposingness to it. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in this spiritual land. Spiritual birds danced in the air. The cliffs were filled with strange rocks. The waterfalls were like chains. And on the cliffs, there were many spiritual mushrooms. This place wasn't very vast, and there weren't many people cultivating here. However, this place was extraordinary and could be considered as a divine land. There's a country bumpkin who ate the guts of a leopard and came here to cause trouble. He destroyed my mountain gate and continuously investigated the situation of the Eight Visions Palace. The little child shouted. His fractured right hand was spasming and his head was covered in cold sweat. In the distance, a young man walked over. His temperament was calm, and he wore a 5-colored dragon robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and his hands were behind his back. He walked in the air with an imposing manner without being angry. This was a young man who didn't seem too old. He seemed to be in his 20s. His long eyebrows reached his temples. His black hair was glossy, and his eyes were cold. He couldn't be considered handsome, but there was a certain aura about him. He walked like a dragon and tiger, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. My big brother has only been in isolation for a year, yet there are already people who can't wait and have designs on the Eight Visions Palace? He was incomparably cold as he walked towards the mountain gate. Yifan stood outside the mountain gate on top of a bluestone. His powerful divine sense swept over and felt that there were only 2 or 3 people in this immortal ground. Was this the Eight Visions Palace of the mystic capital cavern? It was completely different from what he had imagined. There weren't many cultivators, only 2 or 3 people. Yifan saw this young man. He was wearing a dragon robe and had an imposing appearance. He was like a heavenly king who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that he was extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, he was even more surprised because he was extremely powerful. This person seemed to have a blood aura rising from the top of his head. If it wasn't for the divine eyes of origin, it would have been difficult to see it. The essence energy around his body was like a dragon, surging and surging. He was like a divine furnace that contained terrifying divine power. Yifan was quite surprised. He had just arrived at the Ziwei segmentum, and he already saw such a powerful young man. He was definitely on par with the Divine Lord. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Eight Visions Palace? The young man asked coldly. I didn't mean to offend you. I just fell from the sky and damaged the mountain gate. Yifan explained. Say no more. You destroyed my mountain gate and injured my child. That's already a great crime. I punish you to be my slave. You will guard the mountain gate for me for 3 years, and I will let you go when the time is up. Are you satisfied? The young man had his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly, but his words were powerful. It was like a golden bell ringing. He didn't give anyone any room to speak. He was like a superior and was very dignified. He directly sentenced Yifan to serve as a slave. Who do you think you are? You want me to be your slave and guard the mountain gate for you? Yifan's face darkened, but he was also very shocked. This young man was extremely powerful. The blood aura in his body was like a pillar, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons swimming around. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you want me to kill you with my own hands? The young man's eyes were cold. He stood on the cliff and looked down at Yifan. I just want to know, is the master of the Eight Visions Palace me? Yifan asked. Humph. This place belongs to my master. The child's eyes were cold and filled with hatred. Who are you guys? Yifan asked. My older brother Tienda is the master of the Eight Visions Palace. I am also cultivating in the mysterious capital cave. My name is Tianji. I'll let you know so that you won't die a wrongful death. The young man said indifferently, You are just a country bumpkin. Why aren't you coming over to greet my master's younger brother? You thing that doesn't know life from death. The child shouted. Pa! Yifan took action. His golden palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone. They flickered with dazzling divine golden light as they immediately lashed out. That child screamed miserably. His mouth full of teeth flew out and blood flowed. He couldn't evade at all and flew out several dozen zhang. He smashed into a cliff and a human-shaped pit appeared. Are you courting death? You dare take action in my 8 Visions Palace. Yin Tianji's face immediately became overcast. He was incomparably powerful as he looked down on Yi Fan. He pressed forward step by step. Half of the child's face was shattered. He struggled free from the cliff with great difficulty and roared sinisterly. Who doesn't know that my master will be unrivaled in the future? You actually dare to come here and court death. At present, Yi Fan could be compared to the emperor. Once his divine physique reached this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could go anywhere in the world and naturally wouldn't have any restraints. Pa! He turned his hand and gave the child another slap. The large golden hand stretched out several dozen zhong and slapped the child, flying again. The other side of his face was also shattered. He could no longer speak and his eyes were filled with fear. This child was seriously injured and turned into a green flood dragon. He entrenched himself on a cliff and didn't dare to utter another word. You still have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dare to act so impudently in front of my 8 Visions Palace. Don't think about being kind today. If you want to live, then be a slave for the rest of your life, Yin Tianji said coldly. Is that so? I want to see how you are going to make me stay. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He took a step into the sky and faced him. Yin Tianji was suddenly startled. He then revealed a shocked expression and said, "The aura of the source energy of all living things. You have mysterious yellow essence on you." Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person's spiritual sense was too powerful. He could even sense the cauldron hidden between his brows. Good. My big brother wants to refine a heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and is currently searching for the source energy of all living things. Who would have thought that you would deliver this item? Yin Tianji spoke as if it was a matter of course. He was certain that Yi Fan was making a wedding dress for himself and was delivering a treasure to his doorstep. He reached out a large hand and grabbed forward, covering the heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't know how powerful this person's physical body was. It was as if it had been baptized by a supreme divine object. It actually collapsed the sky with a slight tremble. However, he didn't feel any fear. As a divine physique, he naturally didn't fear close-range attacks. He immediately met the attack head-on. Pong! The two's large hands collided, emitting a muffled sound. Yin Tianji's physical body was like a piece of eternally imperishable divine gold. It was sturdy and indestructible. This powerful? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was one of the most powerful physical bodies he had ever seen since he started cultivating. I've washed my body with the immortal divine phoenix's blood. Apart from my big brother, this is the first time I've met someone who can contend with my physical body. Yet, I didn't smash you to pieces. Yin Tianji was also extremely shocked. Then, he sneered and said, "Phoenix blood boil." He shouted loudly. Scarlet light rushed into the sky from all over his body. He was enveloped by a layer of immortal divine phoenix's blood. His physical body was incomparably sturdy, as if it could never be destroyed. Yi Fan sneered and didn't hold back anymore. His golden blood boiled and his chi pierced through the sky. A golden rainbow rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky. The peerless physical bodies collided. A streak of blood rushed up. One of Yin Tianji's arms was torn off by Yi Fan. He screamed miserably, "You!" He quickly retreated and stabilized his body. He stopped the blood from flowing out of his right arm and regenerated it. He shouted, "Today, I will kill you." Chapter 697. Yin Tianji's severed arm stopped bleeding. His gaze was cold, and his 5-colored dragon robe fluttered. His hair was tied up in a purple crown, and his expression was quite fierce. Ever since he was born, other than his eldest brother, no one had been able to suppress him with one move. He resisted with his flesh shell and tore off one of his arms. This made his blood rush to his brain. He pointed with a finger, and his entire arm turned scarlet red, transforming into a phoenix wing. Auspicious splendor surged, and scarlet multicolored light dazzled the eyes. Yi Fan dodged to the side, and the bewitching red light brushed past him, piercing through a stone mountain. Divine rainbows shocked the sky, piercing through 36 peaks in a row. The finger hole was perfectly round, and the front and back were all pierced. The power of this finger was extremely great, condensed with a trace of immortal divinity. It was unstoppable, and could destroy all living things. Yin Tianji's pupils were blood red, as intimidating as two demonic blades. His aura was like the sun, and his 10 fingers opened up, shooting out streak after streak of scarlet multicolored light. Every single finger was like a crimson sky sword. They were scarlet red, crystalline, and dazzling, and they emanated divine lights that were like chains as they pierced through this small world to the point it was beyond recognition. Yifan avoided the edge, and after careful observation, he formed seals with both hands and decisively attacked. The sky-flipping seal directly covered over. With a loud sound, the entire sky was overturned. This was a great Tao divine seal that was not passed down by the human race. The higher the cultivator's understanding of the Tao, the greater the power. The great seal was like the blue sky, square in all directions. It was like the jade seal of the celestial emperor falling down, destroying all things. It was countless times more powerful than it was in the past. All who stood in its way were destroyed. The sky-flipping seal seemed to overturn the sky. Under one strike, all of the scarlet multicolored light turned into smoke, turning into ashes. They were all destroyed. Yin Tianji's bones creaked from the pressure, and he flew out dozens of feet. He smashed into a stone mountain and was buried below. He bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, and his flesh shell was so terrifying that it could be called abnormal. It was difficult to find someone who could compete with him among his peers, but now he was suppressed instead. Yifan followed up, holding the human ruler seal in his hand. He was like the lord of the human race descending to the world. This great Tao divine seal covered the sky and earth, destroying everything in all directions. It flattened the shattered mountain from the ground until not even dregs were left. Not a single blade of grass grew in this area, nothing left. It was completely barren, the lofty ancient peaks disappearing. In the distance, the wild flood dragon turned back into a boy. He was dumbstruck and his face was pale. Yin Tianji's physical body was so powerful that even the master of the 8 Visions Temple had praised him. But now he was being suppressed by someone else. What kind of abnormal physique is this? Could it be the legendary ancient battle emperor physique that Master mentioned? The boy turned pale with fright. If Yin Tianji were to die and the master of the 8 Visions Temple came out of seclusion, even he would be in great trouble. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape death. In the distance, the ground ruptured. Rocks flew into the sky like smoke signals, forming a vast expanse that covered the sun and moon. Yin Tianji rushed out. Just now, he had been absolutely suppressed. Yifan's ruler seal flattened the ground, and he was powerless to resist. He escaped underground and came out from this direction. His expression was cold. This was something that had never happened before. He had never encountered such a great setback before. Bathing in the blood of the immortal phoenix, this kind of heaven-defying divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 generations. It could allow a person to shed off their mortal body and give birth to an unbreakable body. Yet now, it still couldn't stop the person in front of him. Purple energy comes from the east, vast and mighty for 30,000 li. Yin Tianji shouted loudly. A sea of purple energy came from the east and instantly filled the heavens and earth. It was indescribably noble and intimidating. This is my inheritance. Yifan was astonished. This was a heaven-defying method of that ancient person. It had appeared when he left Hangu Pass. A tsunami-like sound rang out. Purple energy rushed up from behind Yin Tianji like 100,000 ancient stars falling. All of the starlight gathered together. It was as if a 10,000-year ancient demon had appeared out of nowhere. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens and wreaked havoc in all directions. Every inch was purple splendor and purple flames. The purple energy was vast and mighty. It submerged Yifan and wanted to refine him. Many mountains were evaporated and turned into smoke. It was impossible for them to exist anymore. This was a terrifying, offensive secret technique. Yin Tianji had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his brother, but it was still enough to look down on the world. Anyone who faced this kind of supreme secret technique would pale in fright. The entire lofty mountain was evaporated like water vapor. It was terrifying to the extreme. Yifan didn't show the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, his expression became serious. Using his body as a seal, he activated the Tao marks and formed a golden Taiji circle to resist the purple energy from the East divine technique. Sword cries and phoenix cries sounded one after another. They sounded from within the purple light. Blade radiance, sword shadows, and immortal phoenixes danced in the air. They weaved through the purple mist and all of them hacked down on the golden circle. Unfortunately, the 10,000 techniques were like clouds and passed by in a hurry. Yifan didn't move at all and defended against the attack. Moreover, after stabilizing the situation, he advanced on foot and pressed forward. With each step he took, this immortal earth would tremble. It was as if an ancient deity was moving, the blue sky about to crush down. Yin Tianji's expression changed. Right now, he truly didn't want to fight against Yifan's flesh anymore. After suffering 2 great losses in a row, he felt apprehensive and quickly backed up. He decided to face his enemy with Tao methods. Great pure energy origin slash. His body turned into nothingness and retreated. However, a streak of great pure energy descended from the heavens, producing primal chaos. It turned into a several thousand zhang long streak of primal chaos astral wind and hacked down. It had to be said that this was a type of exceptional offensive holy technique. Yifan continuously changed techniques to resist it. Fiery light overflowed in all directions between the two, divine multicolored light shooting in all directions and primal chaos surging. It was incomparably intense. Yin Tianji could move unhindered through the world and resist a sect master. At his age, he was definitely world-shocking. However, in the end, he still wasn't a match for Yifan. He was struck by a large golden hand until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he used the phoenix blood to baptize his fleshly body and obtained a portion of the supreme secret art passed down by his elder brother, he still wasn't a match for Qin Wentian. The main reason was because Yifan had a saint physique and had reached the 2nd level of immortal foundation. He wasn't someone ordinary sect masters could compare to. Phoenix blood is merely SOSO. What physique do you have exactly? Yin Tianji spoke. He was truly shocked. Yifan could suppress him just with his fleshly body and was even able to fight against his phoenix blood. What physique I have isn't important. What's important is how strong the person is. Yifan coldly laughed, rushing over and unleashing another domineering attack. What you said is right. What physique, what identity, it doesn't matter. What's important is the person's cultivation base. Today, I will let you understand that the 8 Visions Palace is a divine place under the heavens. No one can offend it. Yin Tianji roared. At this moment, his expression was solemn and dignified. A strand of great pure energy gushed out, transforming into a Tao sword that instantly slashed over. Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He shattered the Tao sword with a single punch, but the Tao sword was reborn, unable to be extinguished. Are you trying to stall for time? Yifan coldly laughed, unceasingly shattering the Tao sword as he continued advancing forward. I'll let you take a look at the secret art of the 8 Visions Palace and use it to kill you. Yin Tianji coldly snorted. He was finally prepared. Above his head, 3 auspicious clouds appeared. After that, 3 beams of immortal light shot out from the crown of his head, transforming into the shape of a human. 1 Qi transformed into 3 Pures. From afar, the little boy exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that the master of the 8 Visions Palace would impart such a supreme divine art to his younger brother. Yifan's heart also trembled. This wasn't an avatar, it was his true self. His combat prowess was many times stronger compared to his avatars, and it was equivalent to several of him fighting at the same time. Qi! The 3 beams of immortal light merged with the auspicious clouds and turned into 3 Taoists. Each of them looked exactly like Yin Tianji as they pressed forward in large strides. Yifan's heart trembled. It was already amazing enough for a person like Yin Tianji to appear in this world. But now there were 3 of them. Anyone would feel apprehensive. The 4 of them weren't avatars, they fought in symbiosis and were terrifying. The 4 of them were of one mind and didn't distinguish between the main and the secondary as they attacked together. Hand over your life. Yin Tianji was incomparably conceited. He couldn't beat Yifan alone, but with 3 of him, would they still lose? Dang! A light sound came from above Yifan's head as the source chi descended and hovered above the cauldron. He didn't use the flames of the black gourd. He wanted to use his true strength to test his improvement over the past 7 years. This is it, this is the source chi. My big brother wants to summon a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. You brought it here at the right time. Of the 4 Tianjis, one held a green sword. One had an ancient pagoda floating above his head. One spat out a treasure mirror, and one shook a large bell. These 4 great murderous weapons were summoned at the same time as he used his strongest power to attack Yifan. Sword radiance, bell waves, mirror light, pagoda body rotated, and cold light shone on the iron cloak. Yifan's expression was solemn. Anyone would find it hard to face 4 top experts. He did his best to resist with the deity striking whip in his hand and the source chi hanging above his head as he fought fiercely. These figures were as fast as lightning and almost tangled together. Magic power overflowed the sky and killing intent pervaded the air. It was difficult to separate them as they fought with their lives on the line. Even though Yifan was in a dangerous situation, he could tell that Yin Tianji was anxious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. He had lost his composure. Finally, he understood why. 2 of the true bodies suddenly emitted a light pop sound, quickly dissolving, once again turning into 2 masses of clear air. What 3 pure ones? So you only managed to strengthen one. You want to use this to eliminate me? Yifan sneered. After transforming into Tai Chi, a dragon-shaped ripple shot out and split the ancient pagoda with a clang. Then he attacked with great force. In the end, after fighting for 500 rounds, he smashed one of Yin Tianji with the deity striking whip and turned it into a stream of clear energy. The other one directly flew away. You want to leave? Don't you want my source chi? Yifan chased closely behind. In Xuandu Cave, a large expanse of blazing brilliance rushed up and a complex formation pattern appeared. At the same time, a void world opened up and a new world appeared. Yin Tianji and the child rushed in. Yifan was blocked outside by the formation pattern. With a quick glance, he saw the words Grand Clear Holy Realm in the void world. It really is my place of cultivation. Yifan's heart trembled. Moreover, he activated his heavenly eye and looked into the depths. He saw an ancient palace, simple and natural. Is that the 8 Visions Palace? The void slowly closed. Yifan could not enter. He was very uneasy. There was definitely his father's inheritance inside. If he could obtain it, it would greatly increase his battle strength. Forget it, he still has an older brother who should be stronger. He is my true inheritor. I just came to the Ziwei ancient star field. I'd better not provoke him for now. Yifan turned around and left. He wanted to understand this world first. He did not know anything about this place. There should be countless secrets in the mythical region of ancient China. However, as soon as he turned around, a loud shout came from behind. Do you still want to leave after coming to the 8 Visions Palace? Either be a slave forever or die immediately. In the Grand Clear Holy Realm, Yin Tianji shook his hand and took out a shiny iron chakram. He struck it out and split the sky and earth. Yifan felt great danger. This weapon was very shocking. Could it be the diamond chakram that Laozi forged when he left Hangu Pass? At this moment, he actually felt powerless to resist. It turned out that this guy had gone to take the chakram. No wonder he was so arrogant again. Country bumpkin, although my master is in seclusion, he left behind a holy item. A weapon is enough to kill you. The boy also clamored. Slave your grandpa. Suppress your grandpa, your grandpa. Yifan's face darkened. These 2 were asking for a beating. They deserved to be killed 100 times. The words, I'm asking for a beating, were almost written on their faces. Boom! He didn't care about anything else. He took out the black gourd and activated the blazing divine flame. In an instant, 9-colored mist surged into the sky and enveloped the area in front of him. Ah! The boy screamed and turned into a fiery dragon on the spot. Then, he turned into charcoal and cried out miserably. Ah! Intianji was not much better. His entire body was ignited and purple chi from the east was useless. In an instant, he became a flaming man. The terrifying diamond chakram was bright and translucent. It flew over like a star in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying and crushed the heaven and earth. However, Yifan was extremely expectant. He activated the army formula and made up his mind to take this treasure away. He wanted to see if it was forged by Laozi when he left Hangu Pass and what secrets it had. Chapter 698. The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver light as it rushed over from the distance. It was as if a ring of the moon was shooting over with a dazzling divine splendor. Yifan felt a great pressure as if he was facing a collapsing sky. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He dodged to the side as the diamond chakram drew out a blinding white light that brushed past him, shattering a group of mountains in the distance and turning them into dust. He was astonished. This precious chakram had lost control, but its divine might was still astonishing. A single scratch could destroy so many mountains as if it had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Buzz! The diamond chakram trembled slightly as it rushed out from the flattened ground. Although there was no one controlling it, it still flew towards the enemy on its own, aiming for Yifan's head. This precious chakram has given birth to its own divine will. At the very least, it is an imperial divine weapon, and one that is impossible to estimate. Yifan sacrificed the cauldron and began to absorb the power of heaven and earth to collect the diamond chakram. This treasure was extremely powerful. If he could control it, his battle strength would increase greatly. Clang! The silver chakram was like a knife. It didn't come into contact with the cauldron as it slashed out beams of divine radiance, causing the cauldron to shake violently. If it weren't for its special material, it would have turned into dust. Yifan naturally wouldn't use the cauldron to fight against this unknown grade of precious chakram. He was only using the cauldron to slow it down and didn't really touch it. Beam after beam of silver light shot out like heavenly swords, surging everywhere. Tens of thousands of beams of light pierced through the void like a sieve. In the distance, the boy let out a final scream as he turned into dust. As for Yin Tianji, because he had bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, his physique was extremely special and could actually be compared to Wang Teng's physical body. However, he couldn't survive either. Most of his body was charred, and the last strand of connection between him and the diamond chakram was about to be severed. The ancient treasure slowed down. Yifan was overjoyed. He sacrificed the cauldron to absorb the divine radiance and officially take it for himself. Ah! Yin Tianji let out a final scream. Like a phoenix bathed in flames, a scarlet mist shot out from his body as he activated the last of his divine will to control the chakram. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if the underworld had descended, making people feel as if they were being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Intense pain and coldness caused goosebumps to appear all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The diamond chakram fell down and turned into the size of a millstone. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroying anything it hit. Even though Yifan had a holy body, he was not willing to take the risk and face it head-on. Boom! It was impossible to tell how many kilometers this mountain range was. The countless peaks were like sand castles on the beach, destroyed in an instant by the waves. Dozens, hundreds, an endless number of them fell continuously. Every mountain peak shattered inch by inch and turned into sand. So powerful! Yifan was horrified. This ancient jade pendant's power was too great. If it was used by a king-level figure, who could resist it? He used the cauldron to protect himself. For the first time, he struck out with the power of Yin, transforming it into the gentle holy power of Taiji. Like a drop of water on a stone, he used softness to overcome hardness. The army symbol art appeared at the same time, operating at will, connecting with the Tao, quickly interfering with the jade, wishing to seize it and prevent it from releasing its terrifying divine might. "Open for me!" Tianji yelled loudly. He was going to die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival at all. The nine-colored mist had already ignited his primordial spirit, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to his death. The millstone-sized diamond chakram turned into a black hole within his body, swallowing everything. The rubble and mud from the tens and hundreds of collapsed mountains surged over like a raging river, swallowing everything in an instant. Yi Fan's body was unsteady, and he was almost completely melted away. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This precious chakram could swallow anything, just like a black hole in the universe. He had seized a diamond chakram from a light-shaking realm disciple before, but it was obviously a replica. It had also displayed this kind of ability before, but compared to this chakram, it paled in comparison. Yi Fan retreated and unleashed all kinds of strange techniques. He even brought out the black gourd, preparing to knock the diamond chakram down and stop it from turning into a black hole. Otherwise, there was no way to stop it, and he really would be swallowed up. However, at this moment, Tianji let out a loud cry and finally turned into ashes. His primordial spirit was completely burned away, and he died miserably on the spot. The divine might of the diamond chakram immediately decreased, and it became much dimmer. It was no longer as frightening as before. Yi Fan decisively made his move. He displayed the army character incantation and activated the myriad chi cauldron. With a clang, the precious chakram was collected into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a sparkling and translucent precious chakram revolved about. It was like an eternal star, and it emitted a soul-shaking aura. "This is a divine object." Yi Fan's heart jumped. Its material was extremely rare, and it was the nine heavens white jade annulus. According to legend, it was a piece of divine jade that was born from cutting off a portion of the heaven's essence. It was extremely hard and eternal. Although it is an imperial divine weapon, it can definitely evolve into a sacred weapon. Just this material alone is priceless, and it is hard to find in this world. Yi Fan made an accurate judgment. This was an unrivaled imperial divine weapon. Although it was very powerful, it was still not Lao Zi's diamond chakram. It was just a replica. However, it was extremely frightening to refine a replica to such a terrifying extent. Lao Zi's bloodline must have produced a peerless king whose strength was shocking. "My big brother will avenge me. You won't be able to escape death no matter where you go. Even if you escape into the ancient star region, I can still catch up to you and kill you." This was Tianji's last thought before he died. It was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The Taiqing Holy Realm closed. The Eight Visions Palace inside was shrouded in purple mist. It was hazy and impossible to see through it. It was as if there was an ancient king sitting cross-legged inside. Yi Fan was stunned. A person called Tienda was in seclusion inside. He entered the Eight Visions Palace and obtained Lao Zi's inheritance. He was extremely powerful. Tianji had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his big brother, but he was already comparable to a sect master. He had washed his body with the blood of a divine phoenix. How terrifying would his big brother be? Yi Fan's heart sank. This was definitely an unimaginable enemy. He was extremely terrifying and powerful, and he might have surpassed everyone in the past. The Taiqing Holy Realm was closed and couldn't be opened at all. There was no way to attack. Yi Fan couldn't even use the nine-colored fire silk. He wants to find the source chi of all things and refine a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. His ambition is too great. Yi Fan left. He didn't want to stay here for long. He needed to understand this world and become stronger. The diamond chakram was warm and sparkling in his hand. It was extremely magical. This was a divine item. If Tianji hadn't died, it would have been very difficult to deal with. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more terrified he felt. This was a peerless imperial divine weapon. It could be said to be the king of kings. In the future, it would definitely evolve into a supreme divine item. The Ziwei ancient star region was an incomparably vast world. It stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles. Yifan flew for a month after leaving the Eight Visions Palace of Xuandu Cave. He was still in the beautiful mountains and rivers and didn't see anyone. In the end, he saw an ancient altar on a barren mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was an ancient teleportation formation. Where does it lead to? Yifan had had enough. He really wanted to enter a region with human habitation and ask others to understand everything about this ancient star. He didn't hesitate to step onto this ancient platform. He even dared to cross the desolate universe and traveled alone in the dark starfield for 7 years. Now that he was on an ancient planet, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Even if this ancient formation teleported him to the end of the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this ancient region. The ancient formation platform was at least 10,000 years old. After many source stones were inserted, it flickered with light. In an instant, it blazed brilliantly and formed a passage that penetrated into the distance. Yifan flashed and quickly disappeared. He entered the silent nothingness and couldn't see anything. After a quarter of an hour, he finally passed through. Light appeared in front of him. This made his heart tremble. After spending so much time, he had definitely crossed over 8 million miles. This was an extremely long ancient formation. This world is really big. Any random abandoned ancient formation platform would easily cover 8 million miles. This is truly a boundless world. He felt that it might be even more vast and boundless than the Northern Dipper star domain. It was truly a bit frightening. It was hard to imagine what kind of star such a great star was. In this world where even demons existed, he had long since stopped using the physical laws of his hometown to measure things. He inwardly speculated that there might be laws that were used to establish a world on this ancient star. There was a region within a region, and the territory was boundless. Finally, he flew for several tens of thousands of miles and left this great wasteland. He saw a great city on the horizon. This was a black ancient city. It was extremely large and was completely cast from black crystals. Black light flickered as if a majestic heavenly city had descended into the mortal world. So majestic! Even Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and covered densely in formation patterns. One could tell with a single glance that this was an important place. Do you all know that something happened to Eight Visions Temple? Yin Tianda's younger brother was killed. What? Who dared to do such a thing? They even dared to provoke the master of Eight Visions Temple. Yin Tianda defeated all the sect masters 10 years ago. Just how powerful is he now? He dared to use the immortal phoenix blood to baptize his younger brother's body. One can only imagine how unfathomable he is. The dead Yin Tianji was also a supreme expert. Even the various sect masters were incomparably fearful of him. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Just who killed him? A few cultivators were discussing within this black ancient city that resembled a celestial capital. That day, there was a demon transformed from a spirit bird that had witnessed the battle and leaked the news. Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry and see that ancient saint. I truly didn't expect such an ancient saint to appear in our Tianyuan city. That's a strange person. He doesn't care about the people's worship at all. He seems to be looking for something and has already lingered there for several days. Yifan was greatly shaken after hearing all of this. This world was truly too terrifying. They had just entered an ancient city and yet they could actually see an ancient saint. He also followed along. Many cultivators were heading out of the city and into a barren land that seemed to have been swept by magma. There were towering stone mountains here with strange rocks growing side by side. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. In the distance, a few powerful cultivators could be seen, but they didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, Yifan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a tall figure with disheveled hair standing between the stone mountains. This was a tall and sturdy person who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was majestic like an ancient god with bronze skin and messy black hair that covered his true appearance. Yifan couldn't see his appearance, but he was very familiar with this body because he had once climbed the sacred cliff with him and opened the ancient coffin of the great Saint Physique. It was actually the old madman. How is this possible? Why is he here? Yifan pinched himself to make sure that he wasn't in a trance. It really is him. His heart was filled with shock. He had traveled alone in the lonely universe for 7 years. Who would have thought that he would see an old friend in the Ziwei ancient star field? Chapter 699. Tianyuan was an ancient city with a long history. No one knew which era it originated from. There were countless secrets in this barren land outside the city. It was rumored that the ancient emperor of Taiyin had once resided here and left behind countless legends. The stone mountain stood tall and barren. It was scorched as if it had been scorched by the most severe true flames of the sun. Even the red earth had melted and crystallized into a sparkling object. Rumor has it that the ancient emperor of Taiyin passed his seclusion here. He cultivated the great Yin scripture, which is extremely soft and extremely Yin. How could he have created such a scene? Someone asked softly. What do you know? The extreme Yin can give birth to Yang. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the supreme Tao fruit of an ancient emperor? This is a sign of perfection, someone else said. Yifan really wanted to rush forward, but the old madman had already disappeared. His movements were too fast, disappearing with each step into the depths of this ancient land. Don't push, why do you have to go in? This is a living ancient saint. Do you want to anger him? Don't go near his forbidden land. This ancient saint has a strange temper. He doesn't like to be disturbed and has never accepted anyone's worship. It's better not to get into trouble. Don't make a mistake. Some people reminded him, saying that sect masters had gone to greet him these past few days, but they were all met with indifference. It was as if he was incompatible with the entire world. Senior. Finally, Yifan saw the old madman again. He walked out from a cave and stood on a mountain peak with a single step. Big brother, crazy old man. He shouted again. The people around him all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Who was this person? How dare he call a saint like this? It really made people speechless. What era was this ancient person from? Who is he? How dare he call me like this? Is he tired of living? Even the sect ancestors have to greet him respectfully. Yet he dares to speak like this. Who are you? How dare you disrespect a saint like this? However, what made everyone speechless was that the strange man with disheveled hair in the distance suddenly looked over. His gaze pierced through the disheveled hair and stared at Yifan. In almost an instant, Yifan flew up, involuntarily appearing on that stone mountain. This left many people shocked, dumbstruck as they watched. Greetings, Senior. Yifan was very excited. He had never thought that he would meet the crazy old man in the Ziwei ancient star region. Was this the power of a saint? He could cross the dark universe. Why are you here? Crazy Ol asked in a low voice. It was the first time he had spoken to Yifan. Yifan couldn't calm down. He sent out a strand of divine will and told Crazy Ol everything he had experienced. He asked for help and took him to cross the stars. Forbidden ancient barrens. Crazy Ol's eyes shot out 2 beams of light. They were so bright that they looked like 2 divine lamps that pierced through the sky. He remained motionless for a full 15 minutes, gazing at the Big Dipper in the distance. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and he couldn't calm down. Yifan knew that he had a sad past there. His peers were all dead, and now he was the only one left, half crazy and half insane. When Yifan's divine will showed the violet copper worship in the dark universe, Crazy Ol was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, "A worship full of immemorial ancestor kings?" Yifan was shocked. This was the first time he had felt the supreme pressure of a saint. A strong will to fight shot up to the sky, threatening to tear the universe apart. He had an illusion that Crazy Ol had become a god and was going to kill those immemorial ancestor kings alone in the starry sky. If these people don't die, the human race will be in great trouble. Their revival requires an endless source of life. Even billions of corpses won't be enough, Crazy Ol said coldly. What? Yifan was shocked. He wanted to ask something, but Crazy Ol was as calm as before. He didn't say anything more, just like a piece of rotten wood. In the end, He gritted his teeth and said that he came from the other side of the starry sky, a place called Earth. Crazy Ol could travel in the universe, and if he could bring him home, just thinking about it made his blood boil. Crazy Ol didn't speak for a long time. After a long while he said, "Difficult, difficult, difficult. Without the universal coordinates, there's no way to go to the place you said. We might get lost in the lonely sky until we die." Hearing this, Yifan felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Both Mars and the ancient Earth had their exact locations, but how could he know? He couldn't be sure of the coordinates. Suddenly, Crazy Ol's eyes shone brightly, shooting out two beams of blinding light into the starry sky. He gazed at the Big Dipper, and then his body faded away. "Go away. Something is going to happen to me," he said in a low voice. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. What was going to happen to Crazy Ol? Was he in a bad state? Something was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, he flew outwards, breaking free from this barren land. He fell into the crowd and left into the distance. Crazy Ol waved his hand, and countless formation runes appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the whole area was submerged, and a vast light screen enveloped the barren land. This was an ancient formation that was complicated and profound to the extreme. Step by step, it was filled with killing intent, and it completely sealed this area. Yifan could vaguely recognize that there was a corner of the killing formation that the Black Emperor took out, as well as a corner of the Void Emperor's god pattern. The two of them were connected, and there were many other majestic and complicated Tao patterns that were densely packed. The ancient formation sealed heaven and earth, suppressing him so that he couldn't escape. This shocked everyone. What is he doing? Those look like imperial runes. Is he trying to suppress me to death? What's wrong with this saint? Why is he treating me like this? Everyone was confused, and they all revealed looks of disbelief as they looked inside. Roar. At this time, Crazy Ol roared. His jet-black hair instantly turned snow-white and danced like wild grass. He aged several thousand years in a single breath. He was originally tall and majestic, looking like a middle-aged man. But now he was incomparably old, as if he had lost countless years in a single day. However, at this moment he was very frightening. His withered head looked up at the sky, his eyes frightening as if he was possessed. With a second roar, the ancient land was completely destroyed. Heavens, this was the cultivation ground of the ancient emperor of Taiyin. It had endured countless tribulations, but today, it was destroyed by his roar. Everyone was horrified, and their blood ran cold. Crazy Ol's roar caused all the mountains to collapse. Rocks tumbled down, and hundreds, even thousands of great peaks fell into the dust, forever erased. Someone coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Even separated by two kinds of incomplete imperial runes and a large and unfathomable ancient formation, the sound was still transmitted over. People couldn't bear it. The legends are true. A single strand of the ancient saint's hair can kill a magnificent army, and a drop of blood can kill a saint lord. It's true. If not for the incomplete great imperial runes, everyone outside would have died. They would have been crushed by the roar and evaporated into a bloody mist. Not a single drop would be left. People's hearts were pounding. The power of a saint's roar was so terrifying. If he really wanted to kill, who could stop him? There was an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and him. He was high and mighty, enough to look down on all living beings. Roar. Crazy Ol roared again. His white hair was messy like grass. He had lost himself and was full of murderous intent. Even with the great formation blocking him, everyone's skin was on the verge of splitting apart. One could imagine the scene inside the ruins. The cultivation ground of the ancient Yin Emperor had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. Only the flickering formation blocked the aura of this peerless demon god from leaking out. What's going on? Why is it like this? What's wrong with the old Crazy Ol's body? Yifan was shocked and incomparably worried. The ancient Yin Emperor had proven his Tao in the ancient times. There were divine texts recorded in ancient books. His strength was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon, behead gods, and his methods were heaven-defying. He had passed away for so many years, but people were still full of reverence and worshipped him as a god. And now, such a saint had come to the cultivation ground. Boom! With a loud quake, the place where the ancient emperor had passed away surged violently. A black moon appeared between the old crazy Ol's brows, terrifying and horrifying. That's the great Saint Force. This saint is so powerful. He has condensed the great imprint. Could it be that he has cultivated the great scripture? Is he going to walk the path of the ancient great emperors and comprehend the great and great yang ancient scriptures? Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. The old crazy Ol became even crazier and was completely possessed. The black moon between his brows became more and more frightening. He roared even louder. His messy white hair danced in the air. His body was changing rapidly, first to a middle-aged man and then to a youth. Boom! Finally, a 17 or 18-year-old youth stepped out from his body. He was heroic and incomparably frightening, full of vigor. Behind him, that elder was stupefied, not moving at all, as if he was a clay sculpture, extremely lethargic. The youth's eyes were like two heavenly swords, incomparably sharp. No one could look him in the eye. This was an extremely powerful and frightening youth. How could this be? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was a young madman. He turned around, opened his mouth and swallowed the old madman. Then, his body shook violently and completely recovered. Everyone was astonished. What kind of strange technique was this? The great black moon was imprinted between the brows, and he became young again. Then, he absorbed the original self and erased the traces of time, appearing in the world as a youth. Even though the old crazy Ol's appearance had changed, the madness just now hadn't decreased. He was still in a state of bedevilment, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. After a final roar, the flattened earth caved in, and a bottomless abyss appeared. With a wave of his hand, all of the formation patterns were collected. Then, he carved on the ground and rearranged the Tao patterns. It was as if he was deducing something. It was so complex and profound that even the sect master-level figures were dazzled and felt their heads splitting. Dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as the thousand-armed demonic god. You three great sages have all come to Ziwei ancient star domain to massacre millions and millions of creatures? I will kill you all to prove my Tao. The young crazy Ol's voice was incomparably cold. It was as if a supreme demonic lord had crossed the heavens and descended here. I am going to kill all of your ancestral kings. When the young crazy Ol's words sounded, thunder rumbled in the heavens and earth. It was as if he had angered the heavens. He stood alone in the void. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his gaze was as terrifying as a blade as he stared in a certain direction. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The young crazy Ol was like a completely different person from before. He was just too powerful and terrifying. Chapter 700. The young crazy old man was like a demon lord. He was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were filled with madness. No one dared to approach him. What high heavens! What deities! None of them were in his eyes. Even if a deity came, he would kill them. This was a type of extreme confidence. He was invincible, and he was the only one who could prove the Tao. Everything else would fall beneath his feet. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. It was as if he didn't recognize this person at all. The young crazy old man's temperament was completely different from before. He was incomparably powerful, and even a deity would be trampled under his feet. The young crazy old man carved Tao patterns in the void, using supreme magical force to derive them. He was actually deducing the location of the dozens of archaic ancestral kings. This was a crazy decision. Was one person going to fight against so many archaic kings alone? He was going to kill them all with one strike? This was simply too shocking. The divine will Yi Fan transmitted to him appeared. A violet copper warship was imprinted into the void Tao marks, undergoing the evolution of heaven's mysteries. You all really came. The battle will begin now. The demon-like youth said coldly. Yifan understood what he meant. He was going to kill all the archaic ancestral kings and the three great sage single-handedly. How domineering was this? The young crazy old man truly made people's hearts jump. At the same time, it made people yearn for him. Such power and attitude could truly swallow mountains and rivers. What is wrong with this saint? This kind of aura is too intimidating. What is he going to do? In the distance, the others were all trembling. Under the aura of the ancient saint, even sect master-level figures would be terrified. Pong! The young crazy old man took a step forward, and the ground immediately erupted with tens of thousands of patterns, forming a transportation formation. He pointed out with his hand, and a spatial passage immediately appeared. 5-colored divine light flickered, and this path seemed to pass through a heavenly country, heading towards the end of eternity. The young crazy old man stepped in with a single step. He was powerful and cold, advancing forward courageously. He didn't even look back as he left into the distance, disappearing into the void ancient path. The ancient violet copper warship descended upon the Ziwei ancient star field. The human race was facing a great calamity. Even the corpses of millions and millions of people wouldn't be enough. The descent of dozens of ancient kings would seize the lives of countless humans to revive. Could be said that this was a great calamity where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains. It concerned the life and death of a race. Now, who could bravely step forward and fight? Crazy Ol was going to kill dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as 3 great sage, including the 1,000-armed godfiend. Could be said to be a world-shaking battle, but he didn't say anything. He left in a domineering manner, without even a frown on his face. He was incomparably cold and had a heroic and invincible spirit. Yifan's heart was pounding madly. Could it be that the old lunatic had gone beyond the starry skies? That didn't seem too likely. Could he have created such an ancient path with a single step? This is too terrifying. The methods of a saint are unfathomable. With a single step, a divine formation that can traverse 8 million li appeared. Some people who studied formation patterns rushed over and observed the coordinates. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. What? Yifan was shocked. Could it be that the primeval purple copper warship had really come to the Ziwei ancient star region? This was its target. But how did it get there? Traversing through the void on his own would definitely take a few hundred lifetimes. Let's go take a look as well. What exactly is the ancient saint trying to do? Someone spoke. He repaired the formation patterns and followed behind. With the first person, there was a second. Many experts began to travel through space. Yifan also went on his way. He couldn't stop here and followed some powerful figures. He also wanted to see the old lunatic's methods. The saint's methods were inexhaustible. With a single step, tens of millions of Tao patterns appeared, carving out such a world-shocking transportation formation. A large group of people followed. 5 colors flickered and 10 lights flickered. When they came out, they discovered that they had arrived in a great wasteland. There were lush ancient trees, towering green mountains, sea-like lakes, and vast valleys. It was a primordial scene. This was a great wasteland with no end. There was vegetation everywhere, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be lacking some vitality. This is a great wasteland of the Lu continent. It's boundless, and who knows how many tens of thousands of li it is. Many people couldn't come out after entering for their entire lives. What happened? Why is this great wasteland so quiet? Why are there no wild beasts roaring? No vicious beasts roaming about? Even the plants are turning yellow. Something must have happened. Everyone was surprised and revealed astonished expressions. Only Yifan knew that a great change had happened. That saint didn't hide his aura and entered the depths of the great wasteland. Everyone followed the traces left behind by the young lunatic. They chased after him, eager to see what was going on. Heavens, what is going on? Why has a place with abundant vegetation become so lifeless? Soon after, everyone revealed expressions of shock. There were many animal corpses along the way, including some extremely powerful vicious beasts. Meanwhile, The ancient trees and thistles had all withered and lacked vitality. When they entered the ancient forest, the sky was filled with falling yellow leaves. The bleakness of autumn gave off a type of coldness and desolation. When they entered deep into the great wasteland, everyone was completely stupefied. Was this still the ancient land of desolation where human habitation was rare and savage beasts roared? The green sea had completely disappeared. Now it had turned into a great golden desert. All of the mountains and valleys had been crushed, turning into a great desert. This is impossible. This was a great wilderness. How did it turn into a desert? What heaven-defying thing happened? A year ago, I came here to search for the legendary ancient medicine king. It was full of vitality and flourishing, so how did it become like this? Many people cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. This change was too fast. A great wilderness had turned into a barren desert. This was a change of heaven and earth. This is the withered skeleton of a heavenly Pong. It was so powerful. It was actually a terrifying Holy Lord-level vicious beast. However, it suddenly died and was buried in the sand. Everyone was shaken. There were many corpses in this great desert. All of their flesh and blood had withered and their essence blood had flowed out. They died in extremely miserable states. They all died unnaturally. It's as if an overflowing demonic god sucked away all of their life force. How could it be like this? The great wasteland has become a peerlessly dangerous land. When did this start? It's too terrifying. Suddenly, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt like they were suffocating. After coming to this region, it was as if they were being stared at by an ancient vicious beast. It was as if there was an enormous monster that had locked onto everyone. Hong! In that instant, a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. Crazy Ol's life force was at its peak, engulfing the entire great desert. The palpitating feeling immediately disappeared. Everyone returned to normal, and they looked at each other in shock. What's up ahead? Did this saint come here to eliminate evil? Let's go take a look. Many people advanced. They wanted to see the truth as they entered the depths of the great desert. Yifan's heart sank. The copper warship had already descended into this world, so there was no mistake about it. If they didn't get rid of it, this would be a catastrophe. What? Everything within a range of hundreds of thousands of li has become a desert. Not a single blade of grass grows. All of the creatures have died and lost their life force. This was the terrifying result everyone saw. It was difficult for them to accept. All of this was too strange and terrifying. Moreover, news of this didn't even spread to the outside world. Finally, everyone arrived at the very depths. They saw the young crazy old man. He seemed to have been petrified as he confronted an enormous copper warship. Such a large ancient ship. Why does it feel like it has existed since the ancient times? The ancient copper ship was mottled with rust. It was full of an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. However, it also made people's minds feel like they were splitting apart. All of the bad feelings originated from it. At this moment, everyone knew without even thinking that the formation of this great desert was most likely caused by it. What is that? Why is my soul trembling and about to suffocate? I can't take it anymore. My primordial spirit is about to shatter. Many powerful cultivators cried out in alarm, and then they quickly retreated as if they were avoiding a desolate beast. An ancient ship descended from the heavens, making everyone feel like they were going to collapse. Everyone retreated, including Yifan. This was the power of a saint. A strand of energy could penetrate a divine lord. It was impossible to resist. Hong! A violent sound rang out. The young crazy old man's thick black hair flew about like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. He walked forward step by step, pressing towards the copper war chariot. He really is going to take action. Yifan shivered inwardly. Only when they retreated 1,500 li out did everyone stop. It was because this was a battle between saints, and the shockwaves might reach even further, easily making the heavens split and the earth cave in. There was an old sect master who cultivated the heavenly eye. He stood in the heavens, gazing into the depths of the great desert, engraving everything he sensed in the sky. The saints are taking action. The young, crazy old man was extremely powerful. He walked forward step by step, arranging a world-shocking formation pattern with a raise of his hand, including 2 damaged emperor patterns, sealing himself and the ancient copper ship within. Yifan's mind trembled. The old crazy old man didn't leave himself a path of retreat at all. If he didn't kill these several dozen archaic ancestral kings, then he himself would die inside. Human, you are powerful, extremely powerful, extremely powerful. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the copper warship, evaluating the young crazy old man. However, do you think you alone can offend us? You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. This type of ocean-like fluctuation actually transmitted over 1,000 li. Everyone at the end of the horizon was horrified. How powerful of an existence was this? It was truly heaven-defying. Everyone felt their blood run cold. They retreated so far, yet they still weren't in a safe range. The power of a saint was simply unimaginable. Perhaps a single strike would be enough to kill everyone here. Regardless of whether you were a powerful sect master or a heaven-defying demonic cultivator, as long as you were in this great wasteland's desert, you would all be within the range of attack. The saints' methods are too terrifying. This was what everyone was thinking. In the great desert, that 17 or 18-year-old youth's face was cold. He didn't stop in the slightest, his steps firm, advancing courageously. It was as if a demonic lord had descended from the heavens. Hong, a divine phoenix-like ancient creature, flew out from the copper warship. Its entire body was bathed in heaven, overflowing divine flames, as if an immortal phoenix had descended into the world of mortals. As soon as it appeared, terrifying fluctuations overflowed into the heavens. The great wilderness completely collapsed, immediately extending outwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Heavens, just this type of ordinary fluctuation is enough to directly collapse everything within a range of tens of thousands of li. This is an archaic ancestral king. It's over, all of us are going to die. Just this type of ordinary aura is enough to make all of us collapse. Everyone was close to despair. The true power of an archaic ancestral king exceeded their imaginations. Hong, the young crazy old, waved his hand, and the runes he had just laid down all came to life. Brilliant light shot into the heavens, drowning out the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything was cut off, and the fluctuations of the divine phoenix's archaic king were blocked here. In the ancient years, saints had to fight in outer space, or else the great earth might be destroyed. Now that they were going to fight, the old crazy old man used divine formations to protect the great earth. Human, you're just one person. Do you think you can stop dozens of ancient kings and 3 great sage? Do you think you're an ancient emperor? This ancient king that resembled a divine phoenix possessed supreme prestige. Its divine will was like a surging ocean, majestic and mighty. Heaven and earth trembled, and the people 1,500 li away were shaken to the point where they couldn't stop shaking. They're all alive. Yifan felt that the situation was far from good. He thought that only the 1,000-armed demon god, the great sage, was still alive. He didn't think that the ancient king who had died of old age would also come back to life. This was far from good. No matter how powerful the old crazy old man was, he would still bleed. How could they fight him? You want to let the corpses of billions of creatures lie on the ground, stain the earth with their blood in order to revive yourself? The old crazy old man calmly asked. Since you already know, there's no need to ask. The ancient king coldly replied. He was no different from an immortal phoenix bathing in flames, intimidating the world. Since it's like this, I'll kill all of you, the young crazy old man coldly said. At this moment he took action. No one could see clearly. They could only see heaven and earth collapsing in the great desert. The universe shook violently, and the primal chaos surged. A world-splitting aura swallowed and spat out, drowning out everything. In the end, a loud cry rang out. All of the light disappeared, and only a young man remained. His entire body was covered in blood. He tore a phoenix in half and held it in his hand. That's... Everyone was stunned. How powerful was this battle strength? An archaic ancestral king was killed just like that. This was an ancient creature that resembled a divine phoenix, a glorious archaic ancestral king. The ancient creature that was hacked in half was trembling all over. Blood flowed, dyeing the desert red. It was still screaming. However, the crazy old man pointed out with his hand. A streak of light shot out, shattering its primordial spirit on the spot and thoroughly killing it. He tossed the two halves of the bird body onto the ground as if he was tossing away the corpses of chickens and ducks. He didn't seem to care at all. His eyes were incomparably cold, full of crazy killing intent. In the distance, everyone was shocked to the point where they almost became stupid. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. This was heaven-defying offensive power, something that had never been seen before even in the ancient times. This was just too frightening. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-warping geniuses or the sect masters of all sides, they all trembled from the depths of their souls. What kind of method was that just now? No one saw it clearly. Chaotic light submerged everything. All types of forbidden techniques were used, quickly deciding victory and defeat. It is rumored that in the ancient times, saints never took action, but once they fought with their lives on the line, life and death might be decided in a single breath. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, difficult to delay. Who would have thought that it was true? I killed a primordial king? Am I dreaming? At this time, a youth in the desert had a callous expression. He pressed forward with an indomitable will, pressing towards the copper warship. He was unexpectedly going to face all of the ancient kings alone.